For a very long time, the Pareto law, the 80-20 principle, has lumbered the economic scene like an erratic block on the landscape, an empirical law which nobody can explain. Joseph Steindl 1. The 80-20 principle can and should be used by every intelligent person in their daily life, by every organization, and by every social grouping and form of society. It can help individuals and groups achieve much more, with much less effort. The 80-20 principle can raise personal effectiveness and happiness. It can multiply the profitability of corporations and the effectiveness of any organization. It even holds the key to raising the quality and quantity of public services while cutting their cost. This book, the first ever on the 80-20 principle, too, is written from a burning conviction, validated in personal and business experience, that this principle is one of the best ways of dealing with and transcending the pressures of modern life. 1. 4. Overture. What is the 80-20 principle? The 80-20 principle asserts that a minority of causes, inputs or effort usually lead to a majority of the results, outputs or rewards. Taken literally, this means that, for example, 80% of what you achieve in your job comes from 20% of the time spent. Thus, for all practical purposes, 4/5 of the effort, a dominant part of it, is largely irrelevant. This is contrary to what people normally expect. So the 80-20 principle states that there is an inbuilt imbalance between causes and results, inputs and outputs, and effort and reward. A good benchmark for this imbalance is provided by the 80-20 relationship. A typical pattern will show that 80% of outputs result from 20% of inputs, that 80% of consequences flow from 20% of causes, or that 80% of results come from 20% of effort. Figure 1 shows these typical patterns. In business, many examples of the 80-20 principle have been validated. 20% of products usually account for about 80% of dollar sales. Value, so do 20% of customers. 20% of products or customers usually also account for about 80% of an organization's profits. In society, 20% of criminals account for 80% of the value of all crime. 20% of motorists cause 80% of accidents. 20% of those who marry comprise 80% of the divorce statistics. Those who consistently remarry and redivorce distort the statistics and give a lopsidedly pessimistic impression of the extent of marital fidelity. 20% of children attain 80% of educational qualifications available. In the home, 20% of your carpets are likely to get 80% of the wear. 20% of your clothes will be worn 80% of the time. And if you have an intruder alarm, 80% of the false alarms will be set off by 20% of the possible causes. The internal combustion engine is a great tribute to the 80-20 principle. 80% of the energy is wasted in combustion and only 20% gets to the wheels. This 20% of the input generates 100% of the output. 3. Welcome to the 80-20 principle 5. Figure 1. The 80-20 principle. 6. Overture. Pareto's discovery, systematic and predictable. Lack of balance. The pattern underlying the 80-20 principle was discovered in 1897, exactly 100 years ago, by Italian economist Vilfredo Pareto, 1848 to 1923. His discovery has since been called many names, including the Pareto principle, the Pareto law, the 80-20 rule, the principle of least effort and the principle of imbalance. Throughout this book we will call it the 80-20 principle. By a subterranean process of influence on many important achievers, especially business people, computer enthusiasts and quality engineers, the 80-20 principle has helped to shape the modern world. Yet it has remained one of the great secrets of our time, and even the select band of cognoscenti who know and use the 80-20 principle only exploit a tiny proportion of its power. So what did Vilfredo Pareto discover? He happened to be looking at patterns of wealth and income in 19th century England. He found that most income and wealth went to a minority of the people in his samples. Perhaps there was nothing very surprising in this. But he also discovered two other facts that he thought highly significant. One was that there was a consistent mathematical relationship between the proportion of people, as a percentage of the total relevant population, and the amount of income or wealth that this group enjoyed. Point 4. To simplify, if 20% of the population enjoyed 80% of the wealth, 5, then you could reliably predict that 10% would have, say, 65% of the wealth, and 5% would have 50%. The key point is not the percentages, but the fact that the distribution of wealth across the population was predictably unbalanced. Pareto's other finding, one that really excited him, was that this pattern of imbalance was repeated consistently whenever he looked at data referring to different time periods or different countries. Whether he looked at England in earlier times, or whatever data were available from other countries in his own time or earlier, he found the same pattern repeating itself over and over again, with mathematical precision. Was this a freak coincidence, or something that had great importance? Welcome to the 80-20 Principle 7. For economics and society? Would it work if applied to sets of data relating to things other than wealth or income? Pareto was a terrific innovator, because before him no one had looked at two related sets of data, in this case, the distribution of incomes or wealth, compared to the number of income earners or property owners, and compared percentages between the two sets of data. Nowadays this method is commonplace, and has led to major breakthroughs in business and economics. Sadly, although Pareto realized the importance and wide range of his discovery, he was very bad at explaining it. He moved on to a series of fascinating but rambling sociological theories, centering on the role of elites, which were hijacked at the end of his life by Mussolini's fascists. The significance of the 80-20 principle lay dormant for a generation. While a few economists, especially in the US, realized its importance, it was not until after the Second World War that two parallel yet completely different pioneers began to make waves with the 80-20 principle. 1949, Zipf's principle of least effort. One of these pioneers was the Harvard professor of philology, George K. Zipf. In 1949, Zipf discovered the principle of least effort, which was actually a rediscovery and elaboration of Pareto's principle. Zipf's principle said that resources, people, goods, time, skills, or anything else that is productive, tended to arrange themselves so as to minimize work, so that approximately 20 to 30% of any resource accounted for 70 to 80% of the activity related to that resource. 7 Professor Zipf used population statistics, books, philology, and industrial behavior to show the consistent recurrence of this unbalanced pattern. For example, he analyzed all the Philadelphia marriage licenses granted in 1931 in a 20-block area, demonstrating that 70% of the marriages occurred between people who lived within 30% of the distance. Incidentally, Zipf also provided a scientific justification for the messy desk for justifying clutter with another law: frequency of use draws near. 8 Overture. To us, things that are frequently used. Intelligent secretaries have long known that files in frequent use should not be filed. 1951, Euron's rule of the vital few and the rise of Japan. The other pioneer of the 80-20 principle was the great quality guru, Romanian-born U.S. engineer Joseph Moses Euron, born 1904, the man behind the quality revolution of 1950-90. He made what he alternately called the Pareto principle and the rule of the vital few virtually synonymous with the search for high product quality. In 1924, Euron joined Western Electric, the manufacturing division of Bell Telephone System, starting as a corporate industrial engineer and later setting up as one of the world's first quality consultants. His great idea was to use the 80-20 principle, together with other statistical methods, to root out quality faults and improve the reliability and value of industrial and consumer goods. Euron's path-breaking quality control handbook was first published in 1951 and extolled the 80-20 principle in very broad terms. The economist Pareto found that wealth was non-uniformly distributed in the same way as Yaron's observations about quality losses. Many other instances can be found: the distribution of crime amongst criminals, the distribution of accidents among hazardous processes, etc. Pareto's principle of unequal distribution applied to distribution of wealth and to distribution of quality losses. Point 8. No major U.S. industrialist was interested in Yaron's theories. In 1953, he was invited to Japan to lecture, and met a receptive audience. He stayed on to work with several Japanese corporations, transforming the value and quality of their consumer goods. It was only once the Japanese threat to U.S. industry had become apparent, after 1970, that Yaron was taken seriously in the West. He moved back to do for U.S. industry what he had done for the Japanese. The 80-20 principle was at the heart of this global quality revolution. Welcome to the 80-20 Principle 9. From the 1960s to the 1990s, progress from using the 80-20 principle. IBM was one of the earliest and most successful corporations to spot and use the 80-20 principle, which helps to explain why most computer systems specialists trained in the 1960s and 1970s are familiar with the idea. In 1963, IBM discovered that about 80% of a computer's time is spent executing about 20% of the operating code. The company immediately rewrote its operating software to make the most used 20% very accessible and user-friendly, thus making IBM computers more efficient and faster than competitors' machines for the majority of applications. Those who developed the personal computer and its software in the next generation, such as Apple, Lotus, and Microsoft, applied the 80-20 principle with even more gusto to make their machines cheaper and easier to use for a new tranche of customers, including the now celebrated dummies who would previously have given computers a very wide berth. Winner take all. A century after Pareto, the implications of the 80-20 principle have surfaced in a recent controversy over the astronomical and ever-rising incomes going to superstars and those very few people at the top of a growing number of professions. Film director Steven Spielberg earned $165 million in 1994. Joseph Jamiel, the most highly paid trial lawyer, was paid $90 million. Merely competent film directors or lawyers, of course, earn a tiny fraction of these sums. The 20th century has seen massive efforts to level incomes, but inequality, removed in one sphere, keeps popping up in another. In the USA from 1973 to 1995, average real incomes rose by 36%, yet the comparable figure for non-supervisory workers fell by 14%. During the 1980s, all of the gains went to the top 20% of earners, and a mind-boggling 64% of the total increase went to the top 10 overture. 1%. The ownership of shares in the U.S. is also heavily concentrated within a small minority of households. 5% of U.S. households own about 75% of the household sector's equity. A similar effect may be seen in the role of the dollar. Almost 50% of world trade is invoiced in dollars, far above America's 13% share of world exports. And, while the dollar's share of foreign exchange reserves is 64%, the ratio of American GDP to global output is just over 20%. The 80-20 principle will always reassert itself, unless conscious, consistent and massive efforts are made and sustained to overcome it. Why the 80-20 principle is so important. The reason that the 80-20 principle is so valuable is that it is counterintuitive. We tend to expect that all causes will have roughly the same significance. That all customers are equally valuable. That every bit of business, every product and every dollar of sales revenue is as good as another. That all employees in a particular category have roughly equivalent value. That each day or week or year we spend has the same significance. That all our friends have roughly equal value to us. That all inquiries or phone calls should be treated in the same way. That one university is as good as another. That all problems have a large number of causes, so that it is not worth isolating a few key causes. That all opportunities are of roughly equal value, so that we treat them all equally. We tend to assume that 50% of causes or inputs will account for 50% of results or outputs. There seems to be a natural, almost democratic, expectation that causes and results are generally equally balanced. And, of course, sometimes they are. But this 50-50 fallacy is one of the most inaccurate and harmful, as well as the most deeply rooted, of our mental maps. The 80-20 principle asserts that when two sets of data, relating to causes and results, can be examined and analyzed, the most likely result is that there will be a pattern of. Welcome to the 80-20 principle 11. Imbalance. The imbalance may be 65/35, 70/30, 75/25, 80/20, 95/5, or 99.9/0.1, or any set of numbers in between. However, the two numbers in the comparison don't have to add up to 100, see page 23. The 80-20 principle also asserts that when we know the true relationship, we are likely to be surprised at how unbalanced it is. Whatever the actual level of imbalance, it is likely to exceed our prior estimate. Executives may suspect that some customers and some products are more profitable than others, but when the extent of the difference is proved, they are likely to be surprised and sometimes dumbfounded. Teachers may know that the majority of their disciplinary troubles or most truancy arises from a minority of pupils, but if records are analyzed, the extent of the imbalance will probably be larger than expected. We may feel that some of our time is more valuable than the rest, but if we measure inputs and outputs, the disparity can still stun us. Why should you care about the 80-20 principle? Whether you realize it or not, the principle applies to your life, to your social world, and to the place where you work. Understanding the 80-20 principle gives you great insight into what is really happening in the world around you. The overriding message of this book is that our daily lives can be greatly improved by using the 80-20 principle. Each individual can be more effective and happier. Each profit-seeking corporation can become very much more profitable. Each non-profit organization can also deliver much more useful outputs. Every government can ensure that its citizens benefit much more from its existence. For everyone and every institution, it is possible to obtain much more that is of value, and avoid what has negative value, with much less input of effort, expense, or investment. At the heart of this progress is a process of substitution. Resources that have weak effects in any particular use are not used, or are used sparingly. Resources that have powerful effects are used as much as possible. Every resource is ideally used where it has the greatest value. Wherever possible, weak resources are developed so that they can mimic the behavior of the stronger resources. Business and markets have used this process, to great effect, for hundreds of years. The French economist J.B. Say coined the word 12 overture around 1800, saying that the entrepreneur shifts economic resources out of an area of lower productivity into an area of higher productivity and yield. But one fascinating implication of the 80-20 principle is how far businesses and markets still are from producing optimal solutions. For example, the 80-20 principle asserts that 20% of products, or customers, or employees, are really responsible for about 80% of profits. If this is true, and detailed investigations usually confirm that some such very unbalanced pattern exists, the state of affairs implied is very far from being efficient or optimal. The implication is that 80% of products, or customers, or employees, are only contributing 20% of profits. That there is great waste. That the most powerful resources of the company are being held back by a majority of much less effective resources. That profits could be multiplied if more of the best sort of products could be sold. Employees hired or customers attracted, or convinced to buy more from the firm. In this kind of situation, one might well ask, why continue to make the 80% of products that only generate 20% of profits? Companies rarely ask these questions, Perhaps because to answer them would mean very radical action. To stop doing 4/5 of what you are doing is not a trivial change. What J.B. Say called the work of entrepreneurs, modern financiers call arbitrage. International financial markets are very quick to correct anomalies in valuation, for example between exchange rates. But business organizations and individuals are generally very poor at this sort of entrepreneurship or arbitrage, at shifting resources from where they have weak results to where they have powerful results, or at cutting off low-value resources and buying more high-value resources. Most of the time, we do not realize the extent to which some resources, but only a small minority, are superproductive, what Joseph Huron called the vital few, while the majority, the trivial many, exhibit little productivity or else actually have negative value. If we did realize the difference between the vital few and the trivial many in all aspects of our lives, and if we did something about it, we could multiply anything that we valued. Welcome to the 80-20 Principle 13. The 80-20 Principle and Chaos Theory. Probability theory tells us that it is virtually impossible for all the applications of the 80-20 principle to occur randomly, as a freak of chance. We can only explain the principle by positing some deeper meaning or cause that lurks behind it. Pareto himself grappled with this issue, trying to apply a consistent methodology to the study of society. He searched for theories that picture facts of experience and observation, for regular patterns, social laws or uniformities that explain the behavior of individuals and society. Pareto's sociology failed to find a persuasive key. He died long before the emergence of chaos theory, which has great parallels with the 80-20 principle and helps to explain it. The last third of the 20th century has seen a revolution in the way that scientists think about the universe, overturning the prevailing wisdom for the past 350 years. That prevailing wisdom was a machine-based and rational view, which itself was a great advance on the mystical and random view of the world which was held in the Middle Ages. The machine-based view converted God from being an irrational and unpredictable force into a more user-friendly clockmaker-engineer. The view of the world held from the 17th century and still prevalent today, except in advanced scientific circles, was immensely comforting and useful. All phenomena were reduced to regular, predictable, linear relationships. For example, A causes B, B causes C, and A plus C cause D. This worldview enabled any individual part of the universe, the operation of the human heart, for example, or of any individual market, to be analyzed separately, because the whole was the sum of the parts and vice versa. But in the second half of the 20th century it seems much more accurate to view the world as an evolving organism where the whole system is more than the sum of its parts, and where relationships between the parts are nonlinear. Causes are difficult to pin down, there are complex interdependencies between causes and effects are blurred. The snag with linear thinking is that it doesn't always work, it is 14 Overture. An oversimplification of reality. Equilibrium is illusory or fleeting. The universe is wonky. Yet chaos theory, despite its name, does not say that everything is a hopeless and incomprehensible mess. Rather, there is a self-organizing logic lurking behind the disorder, a predictable nonlinearity, something which economist Paul Krugman has called spooky, eerie, and terrifyingly exact. 9. The logic is more difficult to describe than to detect, and is not totally dissimilar to the recurrence of a theme in a piece of music. Certain characteristic patterns recur, but with infinite and unpredictable variety. Chaos theory and the 80-20 principle illuminate each other. What have chaos theory and related scientific concepts got to do with the 80-20 principle? Although no one else appears to have made the link, I think the answer is a great deal. The principle of imbalance. The common thread between chaos theory and the 80-20 principle is the issue of balance, or, more precisely, imbalance. Both chaos theory and the 80-20 principle assert, with a great deal of empirical backing, that the universe is unbalanced. They both say that the world is not linear, cause and effect are rarely linked in an equal way. Both also place great store by self-organization. Some forces are always more forceful than others and will try to grab more than their fair share of resources. Chaos theory helps to explain why and how this imbalance happens by tracing a number of developments over time. The universe is not a straight line. The 80-20 principle, like chaos theory, is based around the idea of non. Welcome to the 80-20 principle 15. Linearity. A great deal of what happens is unimportant and can be disregarded. Yet there are always a few forces that have an influence way beyond their numbers. These are the forces that must be identified and watched. If they are forces for good, we should multiply them. If they are forces we don't like, we need to think very carefully about how to neutralize them. The 80-20 principle supplies a very powerful empirical test of nonlinearity in any system. We can ask, do 20% of causes lead to 80% of results? Is 80% of any phenomenon associated with only 20% of a related phenomenon? This is a useful method to flush out nonlinearity, but it is even more useful because it directs us to identifying the unusually powerful forces at work. Feedback loops distort and disturb balance. The 80-20 principle is also consistent with, and can be explained by reference to, the feedback loops identified by chaos theory, whereby small initial influences can become greatly multiplied and produce highly unexpected results, which nevertheless can be explained in retrospect. In the absence of feedback loops, the natural distribution of phenomena would be 50/50ths. Inputs of a given frequency would lead to commensurate results. It is only because of positive and negative feedback loops that causes do not have equal results. Yet it also seems to be true that powerful positive feedback loops only affect a small minority of the inputs. This helps to explain why those small minority of inputs can exert so much influence. We can see positive feedback loops operating in many areas, explaining how it is that we typically end up with 80/20ths rather than 50/50ths relationships between populations. For example, the rich get richer, not just, or mainly, because of superior abilities, but because riches beget riches. A similar phenomenon exists with goldfish in a pond. Even if you start with goldfish almost exactly the same size, those that are slightly bigger become very much bigger, because, even with only slight initial advantages in stronger propulsion and larger mouths, they are able to capture and gobble up disproportionate amounts of food. 16 Overture. The tipping point. Related to the idea of feedback loops is the concept of the tipping point. Up to a certain point, a new force, whether it is a new product, a disease, a new rock group or a new social habit such as jogging or rollerblading, finds it difficult to make headway. A great deal of effort generates little by way of results. At this point, many pioneers give up. But if the new force persists and can cross a certain invisible line, a small amount of additional effort can reap huge returns. This invisible line is the tipping point. The concept comes from the principles of epidemic theory. The tipping point is the point at which an ordinary and stable phenomenon, a low-level flu outbreak, can turn into a public health crisis, 10 because of the number of people who are infected and can therefore infect others. And since the behavior of epidemics is non-linear and they don't behave in the way we expect, small changes, like bringing new infections down to 30,000 from 40,000, can have huge effects. It all depends when and how the changes are made. 11. First come, best served. Chaos theory advocates sensitive dependence on initial conditions. 12. What happens first, even something ostensibly trivial, can have a disproportionate effect. This resonates with, and helps to explain, the 80-20 principle. The latter states that a minority of causes exert a majority of effects. One limitation of the 80-20 principle, taken in isolation, is that it always represents a snapshot of what is true now, or, more precisely, in the very recent past when the snapshot was taken. This is where chaos theory's doctrine of sensitive dependence on initial conditions is helpful. A small lead early on can turn into a larger lead or a dominant position later on, until equilibrium is disturbed and another small force then exerts a disproportionate influence. A firm that, in the early stages of a market, provides a product that is 10% or better than its rivals may end up with 100 or 200% greater market share, even if the rivals later provide a better product. Welcome to the 80-20 Principle 17. The early days of motoring, if 51% of drivers or countries decide to drive on the right rather than the left of the road, this will tend to become the norm for nearly 100% of road users. In the early days of using a circular clock, if 51% of clocks go what we now call clockwise rather than counterclockwise, this convention will become dominant, although clocks could just as logically have moved to the left. In fact, the clock over Florence Cathedral moves counterclockwise and shows 24 hours. 13 Soon after 1442, when the cathedral was built, the authorities and clockmakers standardized on a 12-hour, clockwise clock, because the majority of clocks had those features. Yet if 51% of clocks had ever been like the clock over Florence Cathedral, we would now be reading a 24-hour clock backwards. These observations regarding sensitive dependence on initial conditions do not exactly illustrate the 80-20 principle. The examples given involve change over time, whereas the 80-20 principle involves a static breakdown of causes at any one time. Yet there is an important link between the two. Both phenomena help to show how the universe abhors balance. In the former case, we see a natural flight away from a 50-50 split of competing phenomena. A 51/49 split is inherently unstable and tends to gravitate towards a 95/5, 99/1 or even 100/0 split. Equality ends in dominance. That is one of the messages of chaos theory. The 80-20 principle's message is different yet complementary. It tells us that, at any one point, a majority of any phenomenon will be explained or caused by a minority of the actors participating in the phenomenon. 80% of the results come from 20% of the causes. A few things are important, most are not. The 80-20 principle sorts good movies from bad. One of the most dramatic examples of the 80-20 principle at work is with movies. Two economists 14 have just made a study of the revenues and lifespans of 300 movies released over an 18-month period. They found that 4 movies, just 1.3% of the total, earned 80% of box office revenues. The other 296 movies, or 98.7%, earned only 18 overture, 20% of the gross. So movies, which are a good example of unrestricted markets at work, produce virtually an 80-to-1 rule, a very clear demonstration of the principle of imbalance. Even more intriguing is why. It transpires that movie-goers behave just like gas particles in random motion. As identified by chaos theory, gas particles, ping-pong balls or movie-goers all behave at random, but produce a predictably unbalanced result. Word of mouth, from reviews and the first audiences, determines whether the second set of audiences will be large or small, which determines the next set and so on. Movies like Independence Day or Mission Impossible continue to play to packed houses, while other star-studded and expensive movies, like Waterworld or Daylight, very quickly play to smaller and smaller houses, and then none at all. This is the 80-20 principle working with a vengeance. A guide to this guidebook. Chapter 2 explains how you can put the 80-20 principle into practice and explores the distinction between 80-20 analysis and 80-20 thinking, both of which are useful methods derived from the 80-20 principle. 80-20 analysis is a systematic, quantitative method of comparing causes and effects. 80-20 thinking is a broader, less precise and more intuitive procedure, comprising the mental models and habits that enable us to hypothesize what are the important causes of anything important in our lives, to identify these causes, and to make sharp improvements in our position by redeploying our resources accordingly. Part 2, Corporate Success Needn't Be a Mystery, summarizes the most powerful business uses of the 80-20 principle. These uses have been tried and tested and found to be of immense value, yet remain curiously unexploited by most of the business community. There is little in my summary that is original, but anyone seeking major profit improvement, whether for a small or large business, should find this a very useful primer. Welcome to the 80-20 Principle 19, and the first ever to appear in a book. Part 3, Work Less, Earn and Enjoy More shows how the 80-20th principle can be used to raise the level at which you are operating in both your work and personal life. This is a pioneering attempt to apply the 80-20 principle on a novel canvas, and the attempt, although I am sure it is imperfect and incomplete in many ways, does lead to some surprising insights. For example, 80% of the typical person's happiness or achievement in life occurs in a small proportion of that life. The peaks of great personal value can usually be greatly expanded. The common view is that we are short of time. My application of the 80-20 principle suggests the reverse, that we are actually awash with time and profligate in its abuse. Part 4, Crescendo, Progress Regained draws the themes together and positions the 80-20 principle as the greatest secret engine of progress available to us all. It hints at the uses that could be made of the 80-20th principle for the public good as well as for corporate wealth creation and personal advancement. Why the 80-20 principle brings good news. I want to end this introduction on a personal rather than a procedural note. I believe that the 80-20 principle is enormously hopeful. Certainly, the principle brings home what may be evident anyway, that there is a tragic amount of waste everywhere, in the way that nature operates, in business, in society and in our own lives. If the typical pattern is for 80% of results to come from 20% of inputs, it is necessarily typical too that 80%, the great majority, of inputs are having only a marginal, 20%er, impact. The paradox is that such waste can be wonderful news, if we can use the 80-20 principle creatively, not just to identify and castigate low productivity but to do something positive about it. There is enormous scope for improvement, by rearranging and redirecting both nature and our 20 overture own lives. Improving on nature, refusing to accept the status quo, is the root of all progress, evolutionary, scientific, social, and personal. George Bernard Shaw put it well, the reasonable man adapts himself to the world. The unreasonable one persists in trying to adapt the world to himself. Therefore all progress depends on the unreasonable man. 15. The implication of the 80-20 principle is that output can be not just increased but multiplied, if we can make the low productivity inputs nearly as productive as the high productivity inputs. Successful experiments with the 80-20 principle in the business arena suggest that, with creativity and determination, this leap in value can usually be made. There are two routes to achieving this. One is to reallocate the resources from unproductive to productive uses, the secret of all entrepreneurs down the ages. Find a round hole for a round peg, a square hole for a square peg, and a perfect fit for any shape in between. Experience suggests that every resource has its ideal arena, where the resource can be tens or hundreds of times more effective than in most other arenas. The other route to progress, the method of scientists, doctors, preachers, computer systems designers, educationalists and trainers, is to find ways to make the unproductive resources more effective, even in their existing applications, to make the weak resources behave as though they were their more productive cousins, to mimic, if necessary by intricate rote learning procedures, the highly productive resources. The few things that work fantastically well should be identified, cultivated, nurtured, and multiplied. At the same time, the waste, the majority of things that will always prove to be of low value to man and beast, should be abandoned or severely cut back. As I have been writing this book and observed thousands of examples of the 80-20 principle, I have had my faith reinforced, faith in progress, in great leaps forward, and in mankind's ability, individually and collectively, to improve the hand that nature has dealt. Joseph Ford comments, God plays dice with the universe, but they're loaded dice. And the main objective is to find out by what rules they were loaded and how we can use them for our own ends. 16. The 80-20 principle can help us achieve precisely that. How to think 80/20ths. Chapter 1 explained the concept behind the 80-20 principle. This chapter will discuss how the 80-20 principle works in practice and what it can do for you. Two applications of the principle, 80/20ths analysis and 80/20ths thinking, provide a practical philosophy which will help you understand and improve your life. Definition of the 80-20 principle. The 80-20 principle states that there is an inbuilt imbalance between causes and results, inputs and outputs, and effort and reward. Typically, causes, inputs or effort divide into two categories. The majority that have little impact. A small minority that have a major, dominant impact. 2. 22 Overture. Typically also, results, outputs or rewards are derived from a small proportion of the causes, inputs or effort aimed at producing the results, outputs or rewards. The relationship between causes, inputs or efforts on the one hand, and results, outputs or rewards on the other, is therefore typically unbalanced. When this imbalance can be measured arithmetically, a good benchmark for the imbalance is the 80-20 relationship. 80% of results, outputs or rewards are derived from only 20% of the causes, inputs or effort. About 80% of the world's energy is consumed by 15% of the world's population. For example, 80% of the world's wealth is possessed by 25% of the world's people. 2 In healthcare, 20% of your population base and or 20% of its disease elements will consume 80% of your resources. 3 Figures 2 and 3 show this 80-20 pattern. Let us imagine that a company has 100 products and has found out that the most profitable 20 products account for 80% of all profits. In Figure 2, the bar on the left comprises the 100 products, each occupying an equal hundredth of the space. Figure 2. How to think 80/20ths. 23. In the bar on the right are the total profits of the company from the 100 products. Imagine that the profits from the one most profitable product are filled in from the top of the right-hand bar downwards. Let us say that the most profitable product makes 20% of total profits. Figure 2 therefore shows that one product, or 1% of the products, occupying 1/100th of the space on the left, makes 20% of the profits. The shaded areas represent this relationship. If we continue counting the next most profitable product and so on down the bar, until we have the profits from the top 20 products, we can then shade in the right-hand bar according to how much of the total profit these top 20 products make. We show this in Figure 3, where we see, in our fictitious example, that these 20 products, 20% of the number of products, comprise 80% of the total profits, in the shaded area. Conversely, in the white area, we can see the flip side of this relationship. 80% of the products only make, in total, 20% of the profits. The 80-20 numbers are only a benchmark, and the real relationship may be more or less unbalanced than 80-20. The 80-20 principle asserts. Figure 3. A typical 80-20ths pattern. 24 Overture. However, that in most cases the relationship is much more likely to be closer to 80-20ths than to 50-50ths. If all of the products in our example made the same profit, then the relationship would be as shown in Figure 4. The curious but crucial point is that, when such investigations are conducted, Figure 3 turns out to be a much more typical pattern than Figure 4. Nearly always, a small proportion of total products produces a large proportion of profits. Of course, the exact relationship may not be 80/20. 80-20 is both a convenient metaphor and a useful hypothesis, but it is not the only pattern. Sometimes, 80% of the profits come from 30% of the products. Sometimes 80% of the profits come from 15% or even 10% of the products. The numbers compared do not have to add up to 100, but the picture usually looks unbalanced, much more like figure 3 than figure 4. It is perhaps unfortunate that the numbers 80 and 20 add up to 100. This makes the result look elegant, as, indeed, would a result of 50-50, 70-30, 99-1 or many other combinations, and it is certainly memorable, but it makes many people think that we are dealing with just one set of data, 100%. This is not so. If 80% of people are right-handed and 20. Figure 4. An unusual 50-50 pattern. How to think 80/20ths, 25% are left-handed. This is not an 80/20ths observation. To apply the 80/20 principle, you have to have two sets of data, both adding up to 100%, and one measuring a variable quantity owned, exhibited or caused by the people or things making up the other 100%. What the 80/20 principle can do for you. Every person I have known who has taken the 80/20ths principle seriously has emerged with useful, and in some cases life-changing, insights. You have to work out your own uses for the principle. They will be there if you look creatively. Part 3, chapters 9 to 15, will guide you on your odyssey, but I can illustrate with some examples from my own life. How the 80/20 principle has helped me. When I was a raw student at Oxford, my tutor told me never to go to lectures. Books can be read far faster, he explained. But never read a book from cover to cover, except for pleasure. When you are working, find out what the book is saying much faster than you would by reading it through. Read the conclusion, then the introduction, then the conclusion again, then dip lightly into any interesting bits. What he was really saying was that 80% of the value of a book can be found in 20% or fewer of its pages, and absorbed in 20% of the time most people would take to read it through. I took to this study method and extended it. At Oxford there is no system of continuous assessment, and the class of degree earned depends entirely on finals, the examinations taken at the end of the course. I discovered from the form book, that is by analyzing past examination papers, that at least 80%, sometimes 100%, of an examination could be well answered with knowledge from 20% or fewer. 26 Overture of the subjects that the exam was meant to cover. The examiners could therefore be much better impressed by a student who knew an awful lot about relatively little, rather than a fair amount about a great deal. This insight enabled me to study very efficiently. Somehow, without working very hard, I ended up with a congratulatory first-class degree. I used to think this proved that Oxford dons were gullible. I now prefer to think, perhaps improbably, that they were teaching us how the world worked. I went to work for Shell, serving my time at a dreadful oil refinery. This may have been good for my soul, but I rapidly realized that the best-paying jobs, for young and inexperienced people such as I, lay in management consultancy. So I went to Philadelphia, and picked up an effortless MBA from Wharton, scorning the boot camp-style so-called learning experience from Harvard. I joined a leading U.S. consultancy that on day one paid me 4 times what Shell had paid me when I left. No doubt 80% of the money to be had by people of my tender age was concentrated in 20% of the jobs. Since there were too many colleagues in the consultancy who were smarter than me, I moved to another U.S. strategy boutique. I identified it because it was growing faster than the firm I had joined, yet had a much smaller proportion of really smart people. Who you work for is more important than what you do. Here I stumbled across many paradoxes of the 80/20 principle. 80% of the growth in the strategy consultancy industry, then, as now, growing like gangbusters, was being appropriated by firms that then had, in total, fewer than 20% of the industry's professional staff. 80% of rapid promotions were also available in just a handful of firms. Believe me, talent had very little to do with it. When I left the first strategy firm and joined the second, I raised the average level of intelligence in both. Yet the puzzling thing was that my new colleagues were more effective than my old ones. Why? They didn't work any harder. But they. How to think 80/20ths, 27. Followed the 80/20 principle in two key ways. First, they realized that for most firms, 80% of profits come from 20% of clients. In the consulting industry, that means two things: large clients and long-term clients. Large clients give large assignments, which means you can use a higher proportion of lower-cost, younger consultants. Long-term client relationships create trust and raise the cost to the client of switching to another consulting firm. Long-term clients tend not to be price-sensitive. In most consulting firms, the real excitement comes from winning new clients. In my new firm, the real heroes were those who worked on the largest existing clients for the longest possible time. They did this by cultivating the top bosses of those client corporations. The second key insight the consulting firm had was that in any client, 80% of the results available would flow from concentrating on the 20% of most important issues. These were not necessarily the most interesting ones from a curious consultant's viewpoint. But, whereas our competitors would look superficially at a whole range of issues and then leave them for the client to act, or not, on the recommendations, we kept plugging away at the most important issues until we had bludgeoned the client into successful action. The client's profits often soared as a result, as did our consulting budgets. Are you working to make others rich, or is it the reverse? I soon became convinced that, for both consultants and their clients, effort and reward were at best only loosely linked. It was better to be in the right place than to be smart and work hard. It was best to be cunning and focus on results rather than inputs. Acting on a few key insights produced the goods. Being intelligent and hardworking did not. Sadly, for many years, guilt and conformity to peer group pressure kept me from fully acting on this lesson. I worked far too hard. By this time, the consulting firm had several hundred professional staff and about 30 people, including myself, who were called partners. But 80% of the profits went to one man, the founder, even though 28 Overture. Numerically, he constituted less than 4% of the partnership and a fraction of 1% of the consulting force. Instead of continuing to enrich the founder, two other junior partners and I spun off to set up our own firm doing exactly the same thing. We in turn grew to have hundreds of consultants. Before long, although the three of us, on any measure, did less than 20% of the firm's valuable work, we enjoyed over 80% of the profits. This, too, caused me guilt. After 6 years I quit, selling my shares to the other partners. At this time, we had doubled our revenues and profits every year and I was able to secure a good price for my shares. Shortly after, the recession of 1990 hit the consulting industry. Although I will counsel you later to give up guilt, I was lucky with my guilt. Even those who follow the 80/20 principle need a bit of luck, and I have always enjoyed far more than my share. Wealth from investment can dwarf wealth from working. With 20% of the money received, I made a large investment in the shares of one corporation, Filofax. Investment advisors were horrified. At the time I owned about 20 shares in quoted public companies, but this one stock, 5% of the number of shares I owned, accounted for about 80% of my portfolio. Fortunately, the proportion proceeded to grow still further, as over the next 3 years Filofax shares multiplied several times in value. When I sold some shares, in 1995, it was at nearly 18 times the price I had paid for my first stake. I made 2 other large investments, one in a startup restaurant called Belgo and the other in MSI, a hotel company that at the time owned no hotels. Together, these 3 investments at cost comprised about 20% of my net worth. But they have accounted for more than 80% of my subsequent investment gains, and now comprise over 80% of a much larger net worth. As Chapter 14 will show, 80% of the increase in wealth from most long-term portfolios comes from fewer than 20% of the investments. It is crucial to pick this 20% well and then How to think 80/20ths, 29. Concentrate as much investment as possible into it. Conventional wisdom is not to put all your eggs in one basket. 80/20ths wisdom is to choose a basket carefully, load all your eggs into it, and then watch it like a hawk. How to use the 80/20 principle. There are two ways to use the 80/20 principle, as shown in Figure 5. Traditionally, the 80/20 principle has required 80/20 analysis, a quantitative method to establish the precise relationship between causes/inputs/effort and results/outputs/rewards. This method uses the Figure 5. Two ways to use the 80/20 principle. 30 Overture. Possible existence of the 80/20 relationship as a hypothesis and then gathers the facts so that the true relationship is revealed. This is an empirical procedure which may lead to any result ranging from 50/50 to 99.9/0.1. If the result does demonstrate a marked imbalance between inputs and outputs, say a 65/35 relationship or an even more unbalanced one, then normally action is taken as a result. See below. A new and complementary way to use the 80/20 principle is what I call 80/20ths thinking. This requires deep thought about any issue that is important to you, and asks you to make a judgment on whether the 80/20 principle is working in that area. You can then act on the insight. 80/20ths thinking does not require you to collect data or actually test the hypothesis. Consequently, 80/20 thinking may on occasion mislead you. It is dangerous to assume, for example, that you already know what the 20% is if you identify a relationship, but I will argue that 80/20 thinking is much less likely to mislead you than is conventional thinking. 80/20ths thinking is much more accessible and faster than 80/20ths analysis, although the latter may be preferred when the issue is extremely important and you find it difficult to be confident about an estimate. We look first at 80/20ths analysis, and then at 80/20ths thinking. 80/20ths analysis. 80/20 analysis examines the relationship between two sets of comparable data. One set of data is always a universe of people or objects, usually a large number of 100 or more, that can be turned into a percentage. The other set of data relates to some interesting characteristic of the people or objects, that can be measured and also turned into a percentage. For example, we might decide to look at a group of 100 friends, all of whom are at least occasional beer drinkers, and compare how much beer they drank last week. So far, this method of analysis is common to many. How to think 80/2031. Statistical techniques. What makes 80/20 analysis unique is that the measurement ranks the second set of data in descending order of importance, and makes comparisons between percentages in the two sets of data. In our example, then, we will ask all our 100 friends how many glasses of beer they drank last week and array the answers in a table in descending order. Figure 6 shows the top 20 and bottom 20 from the table. 80/20 analysis can compare percentages from the two sets of data, the friends and the amount of beer drunk. In this case, we can say that 70% of the beer was drunk by just 20% of the friends. This would therefore give us a 70/20ths relationship. Figure 7 introduces an 80/20 frequency distribution chart, or 80/20 chart for short, to summarize the data visually. Why is this called 80/20 analysis? When comparing these relationships, the most frequent observation, made long ago, probably in the 1950s, was that 80% of the quantity being measured came from 20% of the people or objects. 80/20 has become shorthand for this type of unbalanced relationship. Whether or not the precise result is 80/20, statistically, an exact 80/20 relationship is unlikely. It is the convention of 80/20 that it is the top 20% of causes that is cited, not the bottom. 80/20 analysis is my name for the way that the 80/20 principle has generally been used to date, that is in a quantitative and empirical way, to measure possible relationships between inputs and outputs. We could equally well observe from the data on our beer drinking friends that the bottom 20% of people only consumed 30 glasses, or 3% of the total. It would also be perfectly legitimate to call this a 3/20ths relationship, although this is rarely done. The emphasis is nearly always on the heavy users or causes. If a brewery was conducting a promotion, or wanted to find out what beer drinkers thought about their range of beers, it would be most useful to go to the top 20. We might also want to know what percentage of our friends. 32 Overture. Figure 6. How to think 80/20ths 33. Figure 7. 80/20 frequency distribution chart of beer drinkers. Combined to account for 80% of total beer consumption. In this case, inspection of the part of the table not displayed, the middle part, would show that Mike G., the 28th biggest drinker with 10 glasses, took the cumulative total to 800 glasses. We could express this relationship, therefore, as 80/28, 80% of total beer was drunk by just 28% of our friends. It should be clear from this example that 80/20 analysis may result in any set of findings. Clearly, individual findings are more interesting and potentially more useful where there is an imbalance. If, for example, we had found that all of our friends had drunk exactly 8 glasses each, the brewery would not have been very interested in using our group for a promotion or research. In this case, we would have had a 20/20ths relationship. 20% of beer was drunk by the top 20% of friends, or an 80/80 relationship, 80% of beer was drunk by 80% of friends. 34 Overture. Bar charts show 80/20 relationships best. An 80/20 analysis is best displayed pictorially, by looking at 2 bars, as is particularly appropriate for our example. Figures 2, 4 above were bar charts. The first bar in Figure 8 contains our 100 beer drinking friends, each filling 1% of the space, starting with the biggest beer drinker at the top and ending with the smallest beer drinkers at the bottom. The second bar contains the total amount of beer drunk by each and all of our friends. At any point, we can see for a given percentage of our friends how much beer they accounted for. Figure 8 shows what we discovered from the table, and could also see from Figure 7 that the top 20% of beer drinkers accounted for 70% of the beer drunk. The simple bars in Figure 8 take the data from Figure 7 and display them from top to bottom instead of from left to right. It doesn't matter which display you prefer. If we wanted to illustrate what percentage of our friends drank 80% of the beer, we would draw the bar charts slightly differently, as in Figure 9, to show the 80/28 relationship. 28% of our friends drank 80% of the beer. Figure 8. How to think 80/20ths 35. Figure 9. What is 80/20ths analysis used for? Generally, to change the relationship it describes, or to make better use of it. One use is to concentrate on the key causes of the relationship, the 20% of inputs that lead to 80%, or whatever the precise number is, of the outputs. If the top 20% of beer drinkers account for 70% of beer consumed, this is the group that a brewery should concentrate on reaching, in order to attract as high a share as possible of the business from the 20%, and possibly also to increase their beer consumption still further. For all practical purposes, the brewery may decide to ignore the 80% of beer drinkers who only consume 30% of the beer. This simplifies the task immensely. Similarly, a firm that finds that 80% of its profits come from 20% of its customers should use this information to concentrate on keeping that 20% happy and increasing the business carried out with them. This is much easier, as well as more rewarding, than paying. 36 Overture. Equal attention to the whole customer group. Or, if the firm finds that 80% of its profits come from 20% of its products, it should put most of its efforts behind selling more of those products. The same idea applies to non-business applications of 80/20ths analysis. If you analyze the enjoyment you derive from all your leisure activities and found that 80% of the enjoyment derived from 20% of the activities, which currently took only 20% of your leisure time, it would make sense to increase the time allocation from 20 to at least 80%. Take transport as another example. 80% of traffic jams occur on 20% of roads. If you drive on the same route to work each day, you will know that roughly 80% of delays usually occur at 20% of the intersections. A sensible reaction would be for traffic authorities to pay particular attention to traffic phasing on those 20% of jam creating intersections. While the expense of such phasing might be too much for 100% of junctions 100% of the time, it would be money well spent in the key 20% of locations for 20% of the day. The second main use of 80-20 analysis is to do something about the underperforming 80% of inputs that contribute only 20% of the output. Perhaps the occasional beer drinkers can be persuaded to drink more, for example by providing a blander product. Perhaps you could work out ways to get greater enjoyment out of the underperforming leisure activities. In education, interactive teaching systems now replicate the technique used by college professors where questions are addressed randomly to any student, in order to combat the 80-20 rule, where 80% of classroom participation comes from 20% of the trainees. In U.S. shopping malls, it has been found that women, some 50% of the population, account for 70% of the dollar value of all purchases. 41. Way to increase the 30% of sales to men might be to build stores specifically designed for them. Although this second application of 80-20 analysis is sometimes very useful, and has been put to great effect in industry in improving the productivity of underperforming factories, it is generally harder work and less rewarding than the first use. How to think 80-20ths. 37. Don't apply 80-20 analysis in a linear way. In discussing the uses of 80-20 analysis, we must also briefly address its potential abuses. Like any simple and effective tool, 80-20 analysis can also be misunderstood, misapplied and, instead of being the means to an unusual insight, serve as the justification for conventional thuggery. 80-20 analysis, applied inappropriately and in a linear way, can also lead the innocent astray. You need constantly to be vigilant against false logic. Let me illustrate this with an example from my own new profession, the book trade. It is easy to demonstrate that, in most times and places, about 20% of book tides comprise about 80% of books sold. For those who are steeped in the 80-20 principle, this is not surprising. It might seem a short hop to the conclusion that bookshops should cut the range of books they stock or, indeed, that they should concentrate largely or exclusively on bestsellers. Yet what is interesting is that in most cases, instead of sending profits up, restricting range has sent profits down. This does not invalidate the 80-20ths principle, for two reasons. The key consideration is not the distribution of books sold, but what customers want. If customers go to the trouble of visiting a bookstore, they want to find a reasonable range of books, as opposed to a kiosk or supermarket, where they don't expect range. Bookstores should concentrate on the 20% of customers who account for 80% of their profits and find out what those 20% of customers want. The other reason is that what matters even when considering books, as opposed to customers, is not the distribution of sales, the 20% of books that represent 80% of sales, but the distribution of profits, the 20% of titles that generate 80% of profits. Very often, these are not the so-called bestsellers, books written by well-known authors. In fact, a study in the US revealed that bestsellers represent about 5% of total sales. 5. The true bestsellers are often those books that never make it into the charts but sell a reliable quantity year in and year out, often at high margins. As the same US research comments, core inventory represents those books that sell season in and season out. They are the 80 and the 80-20 rule, often accounting for the lion's share of 38. Overture. Sales in a particular subject. This illustration is salutary. It does not invalidate 80/20th's analysis at all, since the key questions should always be which customers and products generate 80% of profits. But it does show the danger of not thinking clearly enough about how the analysis is applied. When using the 80/20 principle, be selective and be contrarian. Don't be seduced into thinking that the variable that everyone else is looking at, in this case, the books on the latest bestseller list, is what really matters. This is linear thinking. The most valuable insight from 80/20 analysis will always come from examining nonlinear relationships that others are neglecting. In addition, because 80/20 analysis is based on a freeze frame of the situation at a particular point rather than incorporating changes over time, you must be aware that if you inadvertently freeze the wrong or an incomplete picture, you will get an inaccurate view. 80/20th's thinking and why it is necessary. 80/20 analysis is extremely useful. But most people are not natural analysts, and even analysts cannot stop to investigate the data every time they have to make a decision. It would bring life to a shuddering halt. Most important decisions have never been made by analysis and never will be, however clever our computers become. Therefore, if we want the 80/20 principle to be a guide in our daily lives, we need something less analytical and more instantly available than 80/20th's analysis. We need 80/20th's thinking. 80/20th's thinking is my phrase for the application of the 80/20th's principle to daily life, for non-quantitative applications of the principle. As with 80/20 analysis, we start with a hypothesis about a possible imbalance between inputs and outputs, but, instead of collecting data and analyzing them, we estimate them. 80/20th's thinking requires, and with practice enables, us to spot the few really important things that are happening. How to think 80/20th's 39. And ignore the mass of unimportant things. It teaches us to see the wood for the trees. 80/20th's thinking is too valuable to be confined to causes where data and analysis are perfect. For every ounce of insight generated quantitatively, there must be many pounds of insight arrived at intuitively and impressionistically. This is why 80/20 thinking, although helped by data, must not be constrained by it. To engage in 80/20 thinking, we must constantly ask ourselves, what is the 20% that is leading to 80%? We must never assume that we automatically know what the answer is, but take some time to think creatively about it. What are the vital few inputs or causes, as opposed to the trivial many? Where is the haunting melody being drowned by the background noise? 80/20th's thinking is then used in the same way as the results from 80/20th's analysis, to change behavior and, normally, to concentrate on the most important 20%. You know that 80/20 thinking is working when it multiplies effectiveness. Action resulting from 80/20th's thinking should lead us to get much more from much less. When we are using the 80/20 principle, we do not assume that its results are good or bad, or that the powerful forces we observe are necessarily good. We decide whether they are good, from our own perspective, and either determine to give the minority of powerful forces a further shove in the right direction, or work out how to frustrate their operation. The 80/20 principle turns conventional wisdom upside down. Application of the 80/20th's principle implies that we should do the following. 40 Overture. Celebrate exceptional productivity, rather than raise average efforts. Look for the shortcut, rather than run the full course. Exercise control over our lives with the least possible effort. Be selective, not exhaustive. Strive for excellence in few things, rather than good performance in many. Delegate or outsource as much as possible in our daily lives and be encouraged rather than penalized by tax systems to do this. Use garden airs, car mechanics, decorators, and other specialists to the maximum, instead of doing the work ourselves. Choose our careers and employers with extraordinary care, and if possible employ others rather than being employed ourselves. Only do the thing we are best at doing and enjoy most. Look beneath the normal texture of life to uncover ironies and oddities. In every important sphere, Work out where 20% of effort can lead to 80% of returns. Calm down, work less and target a limited number of very valuable goals where the 80-20 principle will work for us, rather than pursuing every available opportunity. Make the most of those few lucky streaks in our life where we are at our creative peak and the stars line up to guarantee success. There are no boundaries to the 80-20th principle. No sphere of activity is immune from the influence of the 80-20 principle. Like the 6 wise, blind Indian men who tried to discern the shape of an elephant, most users of the 80-20 principle only know a fraction of its scope and power. Becoming an 80/20 thinker requires active participation and creativity on your part. If you want to benefit from 80-20th thinking, you have to do it. Now is a good time to start. If you want to begin with applications. How to think 80-20ths 41. For your organization, go straight on to Part 2, which documents most of the important business applications of the 80-20 principle. If you are more immediately interested in using the principle to make major improvements in your life, skip to Part 3, a novel attempt to relate the 80-20 principle to the fabric of our daily lives. Part 2. Corporate success. Needn't be a mystery. The underground cult. Now we see in a mirror dimly, but then we shall see face to face. Now I know in part, then I shall understand fully. 1 Corinthians 13 verse 12. It is difficult to gauge the extent to which the 80-20 principle is already known in business. This is almost certainly the first book on the subject, yet in my research I was easily able to find several hundred articles referring to the use of 80-20ths in all kinds of businesses, all over the world. Many successful firms and individuals swear by the use of the 80-20 principle, and most holders of MBAs have heard of it. Yet considering that the 80-20 principle has affected the lives of hundreds of millions of people even though they may be unaware of it, it remains strangely uncelebrated. It is time to put this right. 3. 46 Corporate success needn't be a mystery. The first 80-20 wave, the quality revolution. The quality revolution, which took place between 1950 and 1990, transformed the quality and value of branded consumer goods and other manufacturers. The quality movement has been a crusade to obtain consistently higher quality at lower cost, by the application of statistical and behavioral techniques. The objective, now almost reached with many products, is to obtain a zero rate of product defects. It is possible to argue that the quality movement has been the most significant driver of higher living standards throughout the world since 1950. The movement has an intriguing history. Its two great messiahs, Joseph Huron, born 1904, and W. Edwards Deming, born 1900, were both Americans, although Huron was born in Romania. Respectively an electrical engineer and a statistician, they developed their ideas in parallel after the Second World War, but found it impossible to interest any major U.S. corporation in the quest for extraordinary quality. Huron published the first edition of his quality control handbook, The Bible of the Quality Movement, in 1951, but it received a very flat reception. The only serious interest came from Japan, and both Huron and Deming moved there in the early 1950s. Their pioneering work took an economy known at the time for shoddy imitations and transformed it into a powerhouse of high quality and productivity. It was only when Japanese goods, such as motorcycles and photocopiers, began to invade the U.S. market that most American, and other Western, corporations began to take the quality movement seriously. From 1970, and especially after 1980, Huron, Deming and their disciples undertook an equally successful transformation of Western quality standards, leading to huge improvements in the level and consistency of quality, dramatic reductions in fault rates, and large falls in manufacturing costs. The 80-20 principle was one of the key building blocks of the quality movement. Joseph Huron was the most enthusiastic messiah of the principle. Although he called it the Pareto principle or the rule of the vital few. In The first edition of the Quality Control Handbook, Euron. The Underground Cult 47 commented that losses, that is, manufactured goods that have to be rejected because of poor quality, do not arise from a large number of causes. Rather, the losses are always maldistributed in such a way that a small percentage of the quality characteristics always contributes a high percentage of the quality loss. Asterisk. The footnote commented that the economist Pareto found that wealth was non-uniformly distributed in the same way. Many other instances can be found: the distribution of crime amongst criminals, the distribution of accidents among hazardous processes, etc. Pareto's principle of unequal distribution applied to distribution of wealth and to distribution of quality losses. Point 1. Euron applied the 80-20 principle to statistical quality control. The approach is to identify the problems causing lack of quality and to rank them from the most important, the 20% of defects causing 80% of quality problems, to the least important. Both Euron and Deming came to use the phrase 80-20 increasingly, encouraging diagnosis of the few defects causing most of the problems. Once the vital few sources of off-quality product have been identified, effort is focused on dealing with these issues, rather than trying to tackle all the problems at once. As the quality movement has progressed from an emphasis on quality control through to the view that quality must be built into products in the first place, by all operators, and to total quality management and increasingly sophisticated use of software, the emphasis on 80-20 techniques has grown, so that today almost all quality practitioners are familiar with 80-20ths. Some recent references illustrate the ways in which the 80-20 principle is now being used. In a recent article in the National Productivity Review, Ronald J. Ricardo asks, 48 corporate success needn't be a mystery. Which gaps adversely affect your most strategic consumers? As with many other quality problems, Pareto's law prevails here too. If you remedy the most critical 20% of your quality gaps, you will realize 80% of the benefits. This underscore first 80% typically includes your breakthrough improvements. Point 2. Another writer, focusing on corporate turnarounds, comments, for every step in your business process, ask yourself if it adds value or provides essential support. If it does neither, it's waste. Cut it. This is the 80-20 rule revisited. You can eliminate 80% of the waste by spending only 20% of what it would cost you to get rid of 100% of the waste. Go for the quick gain now. Point 3. The 80-20 principle was also used by Ford Electronics Manufacturing Corporation in a quality program that won the Shingo Prize. Just-in-time programs have been applied using the 80-20 rule. 80% of the value is spread over 20% of the volume, and top dollar usages are analyzed constantly. Labor and overhead performance were replaced by manufacturing cycle time analysis by product line, reducing product cycle time by 95%. Point 4. New software incorporating the 80-20 principle is being used to raise quality. With the ABC Data Analyzer, the data is entered or imported into the spreadsheet area, where you highlight it and click on your choice of 6 graph types: histograms, control charts, run charts, scatter diagrams, pie charts, and Pareto charts. The Pareto chart incorporates the 80-20 rule, which might show, for instance, that out of 1,000 customer complaints, roughly 800 can be eliminated by correcting only 20% of the causes. Point 5. The Underground Cult 49. The 80-20 principle is also being increasingly applied to product design and development. For example, a review of the use that the Pentagon has made of total quality management explains that decisions made early in the development process fix the majority of life cycle costs. The 80-20 rule describes this outcome, since 80% of the life cycle costs are usually locked in after only 20% of the development time. Point 6. The impact of the quality revolution on customer satisfaction and value, and on the competitive positions of individual firms and indeed of whole nations, has been little noted but is truly massive. The 80-20 principle was clearly one of the vital few inputs to the quality revolution. But the underground influence of the 80-20 principle does not stop there. It also played a key role in a second revolution that combined with the first to create today's global consumer society. The second 80-20 wave. The Information Revolution. The information revolution that began in the 1960s has already transformed work habits and the efficiency of large tracts of business. It is just beginning to do more than this, to help change the nature of the organizations that are today's dominant force in society. The 80-20 principle was, is, and will be a key accessory of the information revolution, helping to direct its force intelligently. Perhaps because they were close to the quality movement, the computing and software professionals behind the information revolution were generally familiar with the 80-20 principle and used it extensively. To judge by the number of computing and software articles that refer to the 80-20 principle, most hardware and software developers understand and 50 corporate success needn't be a mystery. Use it in their daily work. The information revolution has been most effective when using the 80-20 principle's concepts of selectivity and simplicity. As two separate project directors testify. Think small. Don't plan to the nth degree on the first day. The return on investment usually follows the 80-20th rule. 80% of the benefits will be found in the simplest 20% of the system, and the final 20% of the benefits will come from the most complex 80% of the system. 7. Apple used the 80-20 principle in developing the Apple Newton Message Pad, an electronic personal organizer. The Newton engineers took advantage of a slightly modified version of 80-20ths. They found that 0.01% of a person's vocabulary was sufficient to do 50% of the things you want to do with a small handheld computer. 8. Increasingly, software is substituting for hardware, using the 80-20 principle. An example is the RISC software invented in 1994. RISC is based on a variation of the 80-20 rule. This rule assumes that most software spends 80% of its time executing only 20% of the available instructions. RISC processors optimize the performance of that 20%, and keep chip size and cost down by eliminating the other 80%. RISC does in software what CISC, the previously dominant system, does in Silicon. 9. Those who apply software know that, even though it is incredibly efficient, usage follows 80-20 patterns. As one developer states, the business world has long abided by the 80-20 rule. It's especially true for software, where 80% of a product's uses take advantage of only 20% of its capabilities. That means that most of us pay for what we. The underground cult. 51. Don't want or need. Software developers finally seem to understand this, and many are betting that modular applications will solve the problem. 10. Design of software is crucial, so that the most used functions are the easiest to use. The same approach is being used for new database services. How do WordPerfect and other software developers do it? First, they identify what customers want most of the time and how they want to do it. The old 80-20 rule. People use 20% of a program's functions 80% of the time. Good software developers make high-use functions as simple and automatic and inevitable as possible. Translating such an approach to today's database services would mean looking at key customer use all the time. How many times do customers call search service support desks to ask which file to pick or where a file can be found? Good design could eliminate such calls. 11. Wherever one turns, effective innovations in information, in data storage, retrieval and processing, focus heavily on the 20% or fewer of keys. The information revolution has a long way to run. The information revolution is the most subversive force business has ever known. Already the phenomenon of information power to the people has given knowledge and authority to frontline workers and technicians, destroying the power and often the jobs of middle management who were previously protected by proprietary knowledge. The information revolution has also decentralized corporations physically. The phone, the fax, the PC, the modem, and the increasing miniaturization and mobility of these technologies have already begun to destroy the power of 52. Corporate success needn't be a mystery. Corporate palaces and those who sit, or used to sit, in them. Ultimately, the information revolution will help to destroy the profession of management itself, thus enabling much greater direct value creation by doers in corporations for their key customers. Point 12. The value of automated information is increasing exponentially, much faster than we can use it. The key to using this power effectively, now and in the future, lies in selectivity, in applying the 80-20 principle. Peter Drucker points the way. A database, no matter how copious, is not information. It is information's or. The information a business most depends on is available, if at all, only in a primitive and disorganized form. For what a business needs the most for its decisions, especially its strategic ones, are data about what goes on outside of it. It is only outside the business where there are results, opportunities, and threats. Point 13. Drucker argues that we need new ways of measuring wealth creation. Ian Gaughan and I call these new tools automated performance measures. 14. They are just beginning to be created by some corporations. But well over 80%, or probably around 99%, of the information revolution's resources are still being applied to counting better what we used to count, paving over the cowpats, rather than creating and simplifying measures of genuine corporate wealth creation. The tiny proportion of effort that uses the information revolution to create a different sort of corporation will have an explosive impact. The 80-20 principle is still the best kept business secret. Considering the importance of the 80-20 principle and the extent to which it is known by managers, it remains extremely discreet. Even the underground cult. 53. 80-20th's term itself caught on very slowly and without any visible landmarks. Given the piecemeal use and gradual spread of the 80-20 principle, it remains underexploited, even by those who recognize the idea. It is extremely versatile. It can be profitably applied to any industry and any organization, any function within an organization and any individual job. The 80-20 principle can help the chief executive, line managers, functional specialists, and any knowledge worker, down to the lowest level or the newest trainee. And although its uses are manifold, there is an underlying, unifying logic that explains why the 80-20 principle works and is so valuable. Why the 80-20 principle works in business. The 80-20 principle applied to business has one key theme: to generate the most money with the least expenditure of assets and effort. The classical economists of the 19th and early 20th centuries developed a theory of economic equilibrium and of the firm that has dominated thinking ever since. The theory states that under perfect competition firms do not make excess returns, and profitability is either zero or the normal cost of capital, the latter usually being defined by a modest interest charge. The theory is internally consistent and has the sole flaw that it cannot be applied to real economic activity of any kind, and especially not to the operations of any individual firm. The 80-20 theory of the firm. In contrast to the theory of perfect competition, the 80-20 theory of the firm is both verifiable and has, in fact, been verified many times, and helpful as a guide to action. The 80-20 theory of the firm goes like this. 54. Corporate success needn't be a mystery. In any market, some suppliers will be much better than others at satisfying customer needs. These suppliers will obtain the highest price realizations and also the highest market shares. In any market, some suppliers will be much better than others at minimizing expenditure relative to revenues. In other words, these suppliers' products will cost less than other suppliers for equivalent output and revenue, or, alternatively, they will be able to generate equivalent output with lower expenditure. Some suppliers will generate much higher surpluses than others. I use the phrase surpluses rather than profits, because the latter normally implies the profit available for shareholders. The concept of surplus implies the level of funds available for profits or reinvestment, over and above what is needed normally to keep the wheels turning. Higher surpluses will result in one or more of the following. 1. Greater reinvest. Meant in product and service, to produce greater superiority and appeal to customers. 2. Investment in gaining market share through greater sales and marketing effort and/or takeovers of other firms. 3. Higher returns to employees, which will tend to have the effect of retaining and attract the best people in the market, and/or 4. Higher returns to shareholders, which will tend to raise share prices and lower the cost of capital, facilitating investment and/or takeovers. Over time, 80% of the market will tend to be supplied by 20% or fewer of the suppliers, who will normally also be more profitable. At this point, it is possible that the market structure may reach an equilibrium, although it will be a very different kind of equilibrium from that beloved of the economists' perfect competition model. In the 80-20 equilibrium, a few suppliers, the largest, will offer customers better value for money and have higher profits than smaller rivals. This is frequently observed in real life, despite being impossible according to the theory of perfect competition. We may term our more realistic theory the 80-20 law of competition. But the real world does not generally rest long in a tranquil equilibrium. Sooner or later, usually sooner, there are always changes to market. The underground cult. 55. Structure caused by competitors' innovations. Both existing suppliers and new suppliers will seek to innovate and obtain a high share of a small but defensible part of each market, a market segment. Segmentation of this kind is possible by providing a more specialized product or service ideally suited to particular types of customer. Over time, markets will tend to comprise more market segments. Within each of these segments, the 80-20 law of competition will operate. The leaders in each specialist segment may either be firms operating largely or exclusively in that segment or industry generalists, but their success will be dependent, in each segment, on obtaining the greatest revenue with the lowest expenditure of effort. In each segment, some firms will be much better than others at doing this, and will tend to accumulate segment market share as a result. Any large firm will operate in a large number of segments, that is, in a large number of customer/product combinations where a different formula is required to maximize revenue relative to effort, and/or where different competitors are met. In some of these segments, the individual large firm will generate large surpluses, and in other segments much lower surpluses, or even deficits. It will tend to be true, therefore, that 80% of surpluses or profits are generated by 20% of segments, and by 20% of customers and by 20% of products. The most profitable segments will tend to, but will not always, be where the firm enjoys the highest market shares, and where the firm has the most loyal customers, loyalty being defined by being long-standing and least likely to defect to competitors. Within any firm, as with all entities dependent on nature and human endeavor, there is likely to be an inequality between inputs and outputs, an imbalance between effort and reward. Externally, this is reflected in the fact that some markets, products and customers are much more profitable than others. Internally, the same principle is reflected by the fact that some resources, be they people, factories, machines, or permutations of these, will produce very much more value relative to their cost than will other resources. If we were able to measure it, as we can with some jobs, such as those of salespeople, we would find that some people generate a 56 corporate success needn't be a mystery. Very large surplus, their attributable share of revenue is very much greater than their full cost, whereas many people generate a small surplus or a deficit. Firms that generate the largest surpluses also tend to have the highest average surplus per employee, but in all firms the true surplus generated by each employee tends to be very unequal. 80% of the surplus is usually generated by 20% of employees. At the lowest level of aggregation of resources within the firm, for example an individual employee, 80% of the value created is likely to be generated in a small part, approximately 20% of the time when, through a combination of circumstances including personal characteristics and the exact nature of the task, the employee is operating at several times his or her normal level of effectiveness. The principles of unequal effort and return therefore operate at all levels of business, markets, market segments, products, customers, departments, and employees. It is this lack of balance, rather than a notional equilibrium, that characterizes all economic activity. Apparently small differences create large consequences. A product has only to be 10% better value than that of a competing product to generate a sales difference of 50% and a profit difference of 100%. 3 Action implications. One implication of the 80-20 theory of firms is that successful firms operate in markets where it is possible for that firm to generate the highest revenues with the least effort. This will be true both absolutely, that is, relative to monetary profits, and relatively, that is, in relation to competition. A firm cannot be judged successful unless it has a high absolute surplus, in traditional terms, a high return on investment, and also a higher surplus than its competitors, higher margins. A second practical implication for all firms is that it is always possible to raise the economic surplus, usually by a large degree, by focusing only on those market and customer segments where the largest surpluses are. The underground Colt 57. Currently being generated. This will always imply redeployment of resources into the most surplus-generating segments, and will normally also imply a reduction in the total level of resource and expenditure, in plain words, fewer employees and other costs. Firms rarely reach the highest level of surplus that they could attain, or anywhere near it, both because managers are often not aware of the potential for surplus and because they often prefer to run large firms rather than exceptionally profitable ones. A third corollary is that it is possible for every corporation to raise the level of surplus by reducing the inequality of output and reward within the firm. This can be done by identifying the parts of the firm, people, factories, sales offices, overhead units, countries, that generate the highest surpluses and reinforcing these, giving them more power and resources, and, conversely, identifying the resources generating low or negative surpluses. Facilitating dramatic improvements and, if these are not forthcoming, stopping the expenditure on these resources. These principles constitute a useful 80-20 theory of the firm, but they must not be interpreted too rigidly or deterministically. The principles work because they are a reflection of relationships in nature, which are an intricate mixture of order and disorder, of regularity and irregularity. Look for irregular insights from the 80-20 principle. It is important to try to grasp the fluidity and force driving 80-20th's relationships. Unless you appreciate this, you will interpret the 80-20 principle too rigidly and fail to exploit its full potential. The world is full of small causes that, when combined, can have momentous consequences. Think of a saucepan of milk that, when heated above a certain temperature, suddenly changes form, swelling up and bubbling over. One moment you have a nice, orderly pan of hot 58 corporate success needn't be a mystery milk. The next moment you can either have a wonderful cappuccino or, if you are a second too late, a mess on top of your stove. Things take a little more time in business, but 1 year you can have an excellent and very profitable IBM dominating the computer industry and, before long, a combination of small causes results in a blinded monolith staggering to avoid destruction. Creative systems operate away from equilibrium. Cause and effect, input and output, operate in a nonlinear way. You do not usually get back what you put in. You may sometimes get very much less and sometimes get very much more. Major alterations in a business system can flow from apparently insignificant causes. At any one time, people of equal intelligence, skill and dedication can produce quite unequal results, as a result of small structural differences. Events cannot be predicted, although predictable patterns tend to recur. Identify lucky streaks. Control is therefore impossible. But it is possible to influence events and, perhaps even more important, it is possible to detect irregularities and benefit from them. The art of using the 80-20 principle is to identify which way the grain of reality is currently running and to exploit that as much as possible. Imagine you're in a crazy casino, full of unbalanced roulette wheels. All numbers pay odds of 35 to 1, but individual numbers come up more or less frequently at different tables. At 1, number 5 comes up one time in 20, at another table it only comes up one time in 50. If you back the right number at the right table, you can make a fortune. If you stubbornly keep backing number 5 at a table where it comes up one time in 50, your money will all disappear, regardless of how high your starting bank. If you can identify where your firm is getting back more than it is putting in, you can up the stakes and make a killing. Similarly, if you can work out where your firm is getting back much less than it is investing, you can cut your losses. The Underground Cult 59. In this context, the where can be anything. It can be a product, a market, a customer or type of customer, a technology, a channel of distribution, a department or division, a country, a type of transaction or an employee, type of employee or team. The game is to spot the few places where you are making great surpluses and to maximize them, and to identify the places where you are losing and get out. We have been trained to think in terms of cause and effect, of regular relationships, of average levels of return, of perfect competition and of predictable outcomes. This is not the real world. The real world comprises a mass of influences, where cause and effect are blurred, and where complex feedback loops distort inputs, where equilibrium is fleeting and often illusory, where there are patterns of repeated but irregular performance, where firms never compete head-to-head and prosper by differentiation, and where a few favored souls are able to corner the market for high returns. Viewed in this light, large firms are incredibly complex and constantly changing coalitions of forces, some of which are going with the grain of nature and making a fortune, while others are going against the grain and stacking up huge losses. All this is obscured by our inability to disentangle reality and by the calming, averaging, and highly distorting effects of accounting systems. The 80-20 principle is rampant but largely unobserved. What we are generally allowed to see in business is the net effect of what happens, which is by no means the whole picture. Beneath the surface there are warring positive and negative inputs that combine to produce the effect we can observe above the surface. The 80-20 principle is most useful when we can identify all the forces beneath the surface, so that we can stop the negative influences and give maximum power to the most productive forces. 60 Corporate success needn't be a mystery. How companies can use the 80-20th principle to raise profits. Enough of history, philosophy, and theory. We now switch gears to the intensely practical. Any individual business can gain immensely through practical application of the 80-20 principle. It is time to show you how. Chapters 4 to 7 cover the most important ways to raise profits via the 80-20 principle. Chapter 8 closes Part 2 with hints on how to embed 80-20 thinking into your business life, so that you can gain an unfair advantage over colleagues and competitors alike. We start in the next chapter with the most important use of the 80-20 principle in any firm, to isolate where you are really making the profits and, just as important, where you are really losing money. Every business person thinks they know this already, and nearly all are wrong. If they had the right picture, their whole business would be transformed. Why your strategy is wrong. Unless you have used the 80-20 principle to redirect your strategy, you can be pretty sure that the strategy is badly flawed. Almost certainly, you don't have an accurate picture of where you make, and lose, the most money. It is almost inevitable that you are doing too many things for too many people. Business strategy should not be a grand and sweeping overview. It should be more like an underview, a peek beneath the covers to look in great detail at what is going on. To arrive at a useful business strategy, you need to look carefully at the different chunks of your business, particularly at their profitability and cash generation. Unless your firm is very small and simple, it is almost certainly true that you make at least 80% of your profits in cash in 20% of your activity, and in 20% of your revenues. The trick is to work out which 20%. 4. 62 Corporate success needn't be a mystery. Where are you making the most money? Identify which parts of the business are making very high returns, which are just about washing their faces, and which are disasters. To do this, we will conduct an 80/20 analysis of profits by different categories of business. By product or product group/type. By customer or customer group/type. By any other split which appears to be relevant for your business for which you have data, for example by geographical area or distribution channel. By competitive segment. Start with products. Your business will almost certainly have information by product or product group. For each, look at the sales over the last period, month, quarter or year, decide which is most reliable, and work out the profitability after allocating all costs. How easy or difficult this will be depends on the state of your management information. What you need may all be readily available, but if not, you will have to build it up yourself. You are bound to have sales by product or product line and almost certainly the gross margin, sales less cost of sales. You will also know the total costs for the whole business, all the overhead costs. What you then have to do is to allocate all the overhead costs to each product group on some reasonable basis. The crudest way is to allocate costs on a percentage of turnover. A moment's thought, however, should convince you that this will not be very accurate. Some products take a great deal of salespeople's time relative to their value, for example, and others take very little. Some are heavily advertised and others not at all. Some require a lot of fussing around in manufacturing, whereas others are straightforward. Take each category of overhead cost and allocate it to each product group. Do this for all the costs, then look at the results. Typically, some products, representing a minority of turnover, are very profitable. Most products are modestly or marginally profitable, and some. Why your strategy is wrong. 63 are really making large losses once you allocate all the costs. Figure 10 shows the numbers for a recent study I conducted of an electronic instrumentation group. Figure 11 gives the same data visually. Look at this if you prefer pictures to numbers. $000. Product sales income return on sales, %. Product group A 3,751,330 35.5 Product group B 17,000 5,110 30.1 Product group C 3,046,101 25.1 Product group D 12,071,880 15.6 Product group E 44,110 5,290 12.0 Product group F 30,372,999.8 Product group G 5,030, 820, 15.5 Product group H 4,000, 3,010, 75.3 Total 119,370 13,380 11.2 Figure 10 Electronic Instruments Inc. Sales and Profits Table by Product Group. We can see from the two figures that Product Group A accounts for only 3% of sales, but for 10% of profits. Product Groups A, B and C account for 20% of sales, but for 53% of profits. This becomes very clear if we compile an 80/20 table or an 80/20 chart, as in figures 12 and 13 respectively. We have not yet found the 20% of sales that account for 80% of profits, but we are on our way. If not 80/20, then 67/30, 30% of product sales account for almost 67% of profits. Already you may be thinking about what can be done to raise the sales of product. 64 Corporate success needn't be a mystery. Figure 11. Electronic Instruments Inc. Sales and Profit Chart by Product Group. Groups A, B and C. For example, you might want to reallocate all sales effort from the other 80% of business, telling salespeople to concentrate on doubling the sales of products A, B, and C, and not to worry about the rest. If they succeeded in doing this, sales would only go up by 20%, but profits would rise more than 50%. You might also already be thinking about cutting costs, or raising prices, in product groups D, E, and F, or about radical retrenchment or total exit from product groups G and H. Why your strategy is wrong. 65. Percentage of sales, percentage of profits, product group, cumulative product group, A 3.1, 3.1, 9.99.9 product group, B 14.2, 17.3, 38.2, 48.1 product group, C 2.6, 19.9, 4.6, 52.7 product group, D 10.1. 30.0, 14.1, 66.8 product group, E 37.0, 67.0, 39.5, 106.3 product group, F 25.4, 92.4, 22.4, 128.7 product group, G 4.2, 96.6, 6.1, 122.6 product group, H 3.4, 100.0, 22.6, 100.0. Figure 12. Electronic Instruments Inc. 80-20 Table. Figure 13. Electronic Instruments Inc. 80-20 Chart. 66 Corporate success needn't be a mystery. What about customer profitability? After products, go on to look at customers. Repeat the analysis, but look at total purchases by each customer or customer group. Some customers pay high prices but have a high cost to serve. These are often smaller customers. The very big customers may be easy to deal with and take large volumes of the same product, but screw you down on price. Sometimes these differences balance out, but often they do not. For the group we are calling Electronic Instruments Inc., the results are shown in figures 14 and 15. $000 Customer sales income return on sales, percent. Customer type A 18,357,865 42.9 Customer type B 11,453,916 34.2 Customer type C 43,100 3,969 9.2 Customer type D 46,470 2,370 5.1 Total 119,370 13,380 11.2. Figure 14. Electronic Instruments Inc. Sales and Profits Table by Customer Group. A word of explanation about the customer groups. Type A customers are small, direct accounts paying very high prices and giving very fat gross margins. They are quite expensive to service, but the margins more than compensate for this. Type B customers are distributors who tend to place large orders and have very low costs to serve, yet for one reason or another find it acceptable to pay fairly high prices, mainly because the electronic components bought are a tiny fraction of their total product costs. Type C customers are export accounts paying high prices. The snag with them, however, is that they are very expensive to service. Type D customers are large manufacturers who bargain very hard on price and also demand a great deal of technical support and many specials. Why your strategy is wrong. 67. Figure 15. Electronic Instruments Inc. Sales and Profits Chart by Customer Group. Figures 16 and 17 show the 80-20 table and 80-20 chart respectively for the customer groups. These figures reveal a 59-15 rule and an 88-25 rule. The most profitable customer category accounts for 15% of revenues but 59% of profits, and the most profitable 25% of customers yields 88% of profits. This is partly because the most profitable customers tend to take the most profitable products, but also because they pay more in relation to their cost to service. The analysis led to a successful campaign to find more A and B customers, the small direct customers and the distributors. Even taking account of the cost of the campaign, the result was very profitable. Prices for C customers, the export accounts, were selectively raised in ways found to lower the cost of servicing some of them, particularly by greater use of telephone rather than face-to-face selling. The D customers, large. 68 Corporate success needn't be a mystery. Percentage of sales, percentage of profits, customer type cumulative customer type A 15.4 15.4 58.9 58.9 customer type B 9.6 25.0 29.3 88.2 customer type C 36.1 61.1 29.6 117.8 customer type D 38.9 100.0 17.8 100.0. Figure 16. Electronic Instruments Inc. 80-20 table by customer type. Figure 17. Electronic Instruments Inc. 80-20 chart by customer type. Manufacturers were dealt with individually. 9 of these accounted for 97% of D sales. In some cases, technical development services were charged for separately. In others, prices were raised, and 3 accounts. Why your strategy is wrong. 69. Were tactically lost to the company's most hated competitor after a bidding war. The managers really wanted the competitor to enjoy these losses. 80/20ths analysis applied to a consultancy firm. After products and customers, take any other split of business that appears especially relevant to your business. There was no special analysis in the case of the instrumentation company, but to illustrate the point, consider the simple split of sales and profits for a strategy consultancy shown in figures 18 and 19. These figures exhibit a 56-21 rule. Large projects constitute only 21% of turnover but give 56% of profits. $000 business split sales profits return on sales percent. Large projects 35,000 16,000 45.7. Small projects 135,000 12,825 9.5. Total 170,000 28,825 17.0. Figure 18. Strategy Consulting Inc. Table of profitability of large versus small projects. Another analysis, shown in figures 20 and 21, splits the business into old clients, more than 3 years old, new clients, less than 6 months old, and those in between. These figures tell us that 26% of the business, old clients, made up 84% of the profits, an 84-26 rule. The message here was to strive above all to keep and expand long-serving clients, who were the 70 corporate success needn't be a mystery. Figure 19 Strategy Consulting Inc. Chart of profitability of large versus small clients. $000. Business split sales profits return on sales, percent. Old clients 43,500 24,000 and 55.3 intermediate clients 101,000 12,000 726 12.6 new clients 25,500 7,956 31.2 total 170,000 28,825 17.0. Figure 20 Strategy Consulting Inc. Table of profitability of old versus new clients. Least price sensitive and who could be served most cheaply. New clients who do not turn into long-serving clients were recognized as being loss makers, leading to a much more selective approach to pitching for business. Pitches were only made where it was believed the company concerned would turn into a long-term client. Figures 22 and 23 summarize a third analysis for the consultants. Why your strategy is wrong. 71. Figure 21. Strategy Consulting Inc. Chart of profitability of old versus new clients. $000 business split sales profits return on sales, percent. M&A 37,625,190 67.0 Strategic Analysis 75,811,615.3 Operational Projects 56,607,965 14.1 Total 170,028,825 17.0 Figure 22 Strategy Consulting Inc. Table of profitability by project type, which divided projects into work on mergers and acquisitions, M&A, strategic analysis, and operational projects. This split demonstrated an 87-22 rule. The M&A work was wildly profitable, giving 87% of profits for 22% of revenues. Efforts were redoubled to sell more M&A work. 72 Corporate success needn't be a mystery. Figure 23. Strategy Consulting Inc. Chart of profitability by project type. Operational projects for old clients, when analyzed separately, turned out at about break-even, while large losses were made on operational projects for new clients. This led to a decision not to undertake the latter, while old clients were either charged much more for this kind of project or encouraged to farm them out to specialist operational consultancies. Why your strategy is wrong 73. Segmentation is the key to understanding and driving up profitability. The best way to examine the profitability of your business is to break it down into competitive segments. While analyses by product, customer, or any other relevant split are usually very valuable, the greatest insights come from a combination of customers and products into dollops of business defined with reference to your most important competitors. Although this is not as difficult as it may sound, very few organizations break up their business in this way, so a short exposition is necessary. What is a competitive segment? A competitive segment is a part of your business where you face a different competitor or different competitive dynamics. Take any part of your business that comes to mind, a product, a customer, a product line sold to a customer type, or any other split that may be important to you. For example, consultants may think of M&A work. Now ask yourself two simple questions. Do you face a different main competitor in this part of your business compared to the rest of it? If the answer is yes, then that part of the business is a separate competitive segment, or simply segment for short. If you are up against a specialist competitor, your profitability will depend on the interaction of your product and service against theirs. Which do consumers prefer? And what is your total cost to deliver the product or service relative to your competitors? Your profitability will be as much determined by your competitor as by anything else. It is therefore sensible to think of this area of your business separately, to determine a strategy for it that will beat, or collude with, your competitor. It is certainly sensible to look at its profitability separately too. 74 Corporate success needn't be a mystery. May have a surprise. But even if the part of your business you are looking at has the same competitor as another part of your business, for example, your main competitor in product A is the same as in product B, then you need to ask another question. Do you and your competitor have the same ratio of sales or market share in the two areas, or are they relatively stronger in one area and you relatively stronger in another? For example, if you have 20% market share in product A and the largest competitor has 40%, they are twice as big as you. Is it the same ratio in product B? Are they twice as big as you there? If you have 15% or market share in product B, but your competitor only has 10%, then there is a different relative competitive position in the two products. There will be real reasons for this. Consumers may prefer your brand in product B, but your competitors in product A, possibly the competitor, doesn't care much about what happens in product B. Perhaps you are efficient and price competitive in product B, whereas the reverse is true in product A. At this stage you don't need to know the reasons. All you need to do is observe that, although you face the same competitor, the balance of advantage is different in the two areas. They are therefore separate segments and will probably exhibit different profitability. Thinking about competitors puts you straight onto the key business splits. Instead of starting with a conventional business definition, such as a product or the output from different parts of your organization, thinking about competitive segments lobs you straight at the most important way to split and think about your business. At the instrumentation company referred to earlier, managers just could not agree among themselves how to analyze the business. Why your strategy is wrong. 75. Thought that products were the key dimension. The view of others was that the most important split was whether the customers were in the pipeline business, broadly, oil companies, or in continuous process industries, such as food manufacturers. A third faction held that the U.S. business was very different from the export business. Since they started from different assumptions, all of which were to some degree valid, it was very difficult to make progress either in organizing the business or in communicating with each other. Dividing the business into competitive segments demolished these arguments. The rule is simple: if you don't face different competitors, or different relative competitive positions, it's not a separate segment. We quickly arrived at a rather inelegant, but very clear, set of segments that everyone could understand. For a start, it was clear that the competitors were very different in most, but not all, products. Where the competitors were the same, with similar relative competitive positions, we lumped the products together. In most other cases, we kept the products apart. Then we asked whether the competitive positions were different for pipeline customers as distinct from process customers. In all but one product, the answer was no. But in that one product, liquid density machines, the largest competitors were different. We therefore settled for two segments here: liquid density pipeline and liquid density process. Finally, we asked whether the competitors or competitive positions were different in each segment in the U.S. and in international business. In most cases, the answer was yes. If the international business was significant enough, we asked the same question for different countries. Was it the same competitor in the UK as in France or Asia? Where the competitors were different, we subdivided the business into separate segments. We ended up with a patchwork quilt of 15 large segments, very small ones we reaggregated to avoid unnecessary work, usually defined by product and geographic region, but in one case by product and customer type. This was liquid density, where the segments were liquid density pipeline worldwide and liquid density process worldwide. Each segment had a different competitor or different competitive positions. We then 76 corporate success needn't be a mystery analyzed the split of sales and profits for each of the segments, and this is shown in figures 24 and 25. $000. Segment sales profits return on sales, percent. 2,251,030 45.823.020 1,310 43.435,372,298 42.84 2,798 39.95 1,750 532 30.4 6 17,000 5,110 30.17 3,040 610 25.18 7,845 1,334 17.09 4,224 546 12.9 10 13,000 1,310.0 11 21,900 1,927 8.8 12 18,100 779 4.3 13 10,841 364 3.4 14 5.030 820 15.5 15 4,000 3,010 75.3, total 119,370 13,380 11.2. Figure 24. Electronic Instruments Inc., Table of Profitability by Segment. Why your strategy is wrong. 77. Figure 25. Electronic Instruments Inc., Chart of Profitability by Segment. To highlight the imbalance between the split of revenues and profits, we can again construct either an 80-20 table, figure 26, or an 80-20 chart, figure 27. We can see from these figures that the top 6 segments comprise only 26.3% of total sales, but 82.9% of profits, so here we have an 83-26 rule. What did electronic instruments do to boost profits? Figures 26 and 27 focused attention on 3 types of business. The most profitable quarter of the business, segments 1 to 6, was classified initially as top priority A businesses, to be grown most aggressively. More than 80% of profits came from these segments, yet they were receiving only an average amount of management time in line with their 78. Corporate success needn't be a mystery. Percentage of sales, percentage of profits, segment type cumulative 1 1.9 1.97.77.72 2.54.49.8 17.534.58.9 17.2 34.74 1.7 10.66.0 40.75 1.5 12.14.0 44.76 14.2 26.3 38.2 82.97 2.5 28.84.6 87.5 86.6 35.4 10.0 97.5 93.5 38.94.1 101.6 10 10.9 49.8 9.7 111.3 11 18.3 68.1 14.4 125.7 12 15.2 83.3 5.8 131.5 13 9.1 92.4 minus 2.7 128.8 14 4.2 96.6 minus 6.0 122.6 15 3.4 100.0 minus 22.6 100.0. Figure 26. Electronic Instruments Inc. 80,120 Table of sales and profits by segment. Turnover. A decision was taken to raise the amount of time spent on these businesses to 2/3 of the total. The sales force focused on trying to sell more of these products, both to existing customers and to new ones. It was realized that the group could afford to offer extra services or to cut prices slightly and still enjoy very good returns. The second set of businesses comprised segments 7 to 12. In total, these made up 57% of total sales and 49% of total profits. In other words, on average, slightly below average profitability. These segments were classified as B priority, although clearly some segments in this category, such as 7 and 8, were more interesting than others, such as 11 and 12. The priority to be accorded to these segments also depended on the answers to the 2 questions posed at the start of the chapter, that is, on whether each segment was a good market to be in and on how well the company was positioned in each segment. The answers to these questions are described in the final part of this chapter. Why your strategy is wrong. 79. Figure 27. Electronic Instruments Inc. 80-20 chart of profitability by segment. 80. Corporate success needn't be a mystery. At this stage, a decision was taken to cut the amount of management time spent on the B segments from around 60% to about half this level. Prices on some of the less profitable segments were also raised. The third category, designated X priority, comprised the loss-making segments 13 to 15. A decision on what to do about these segments was deferred, as for the B category, until after analysis of market attractiveness and the strength of the company's position in each market. Provisionally, however, it was possible to reset priorities as laid out in Figure 28. Priority segments of sales, percentage of profits, percentage actions. A 1 to 6 26.3 82.9 raise sales effort, raise management time, flexibility on price. B 7 to 12 57.0 48.5 lower management time, lower sales effort, raise some prices. X 13 to 15 16.7 31.4 Review viability total 100.0 100.0. Figure 28. Electronic Instruments Inc., result of 80-20 analysis. Before reaching final decisions on any segment, however, the instrumentation group's top management examined the two other questions, besides profitability, that are key to strategy. Is the segment an attractive market to be in? How well is the firm positioned in each segment? Figure 29 shows the final strategy conclusions for Electronic Instruments Inc. Why your strategy is wrong. 81. Segment market attractive? Firm well profitability positioned? 1 yes yes very high, 2 yes yes very high, 3 yes yes very high, 4 yes yes very high, 5 yes yes high, 6 yes yes high, 7 yes moderately high, 8 yes moderately fairly high, 9 yes no okay, 10 not very yes okay, 11 not very yes okay, 12 no moderately poor, 13 yes improving loss making, 14 no moderately loss making, 15 no loss making. Figure 29. Electronic Instruments Inc. Strategic diagnosis. What actions followed this diagnosis? All of the A-profit segments were also attractive markets. They were growing, had high barriers to entry for new competitors, had more demand than capacity, faced no threat from competing technologies, and had high bargaining power vis-a-vis both customers and component suppliers. As a result, nearly all the competitors in these markets made good money. My client was also well positioned in each segment, meaning that it had a high market share and was one of the top 3 suppliers. Its technology was above average and its cost position better than average, that is, lower cost, compared to its competitors. Since these were also the most profitable segments, the analysis confirmed the implications of the 80-20 profit comparison. Segments 1 to 6. 82 corporate success needn't be a mystery. Therefore remained as segments, and effort was concentrated on keeping all existing business and gaining market share in these segments by increasing sales to current customers and converting new ones. The strategy could now be refined for some of the other segments in the B category. Segment 9 was interesting. Profitability was moderate, but this was not because the market was unattractive. On the contrary, it was highly attractive, with most of the other players making very good profits. But my client had a low market share and a high cost position in this segment, largely because they were using old technology. To update the technology would have taken a terrific effort and would have been very expensive. A decision was made, therefore, to harvest the segment, which meant cutting the effort going to protect the business and raising prices. This was expected to lead to a loss in sales, but, for a time, to higher profits. In fact, cutting the effort and raising prices did raise margins, but led to very little loss of sales in the short term. It turned out that the customers were mainly locked into the old technology themselves and had little choice of alternative suppliers until they switched over to the new technology. For my client, profitability rose from 12.9% to over 20%, although it was recognized that this might be a temporary fillip. Segments 10 and 11 were ones where the instrumentation group had leading market shares, but they were structurally unattractive markets. Market size was declining, there was overcapacity, and the customers held all the cards and could negotiate very keen prices. Despite the fact that it was a market leader, my client decided to de-emphasize these segments and all new investment was cancelled. Although for different reasons, the same decision applied to segment 12. Market was even more unattractive and the firm had only a moderate market share. All new marketing programs, as well as investments, were sidelined. What about the X category, the loss makers? Here it was found that 2 of the 3 segments, 14 and 15, were large but deeply unattractive markets in which the firm was in any case only a marginal player. A decision was made to leave both segments, in one case by selling part of A. Why your strategy is wrong. 83. Factory to a competitor. The price realized was very low, but at least there was some cash benefit and some jobs were preserved in addition to the losses being stopped. In the other case, operations had to be closed altogether. Segment 13, also in the X group, experienced a different fate. Although the group lost money in this business, it was a structurally attractive market, growing at 10% per annum and with most competitors making high returns. In fact, although the group was making a loss after allocating all costs, the gross margin in the segment was quite high. Its problem was that it had only entered the market the previous year and was having to make heavy investments in technology and sales effort. But it was gaining market share and, if it kept up its rate of progress, could hope to become one of the largest suppliers within 3 years. At that stage, with higher sales to spread the costs, it could expect to make high returns. It decided to put even more effort into segment 13 so that the group could become a scale player, that is, operate at the minimum size necessary to be profitable as soon as possible. Don't take 80/20ths analysis to simplistic conclusions. Segment 13 in the above example helps to illustrate the point that 80/20 analysis of profits does not give us all the right answers. The analysis is bound to be a snapshot at a point in time and cannot, to start with, provide a picture of the trend or of forces that could change profitability. Profitability analysis of the 80/20 type is a necessary but not a sufficient condition of good strategy. On the other hand, it is undoubtedly true that the best way to start making money is to stop losing money. Note that, with the exception of segment 13, the simple 80/20 profit analysis would have given more or less the right result in 14 out of the 15 segments, comprising over 90%. Corporate success needn't be a mystery. Cent of revenues. This does not mean that strategic analysis should stop with 80/20 analysis, but that it should start with it. For the full answer, you must look at segment market attractiveness and at how well the firm is positioned in each segment. The actions taken by the instrumentation group are summarized in Figure 30. Segments priority characteristics actions. 1 to 6A attractive markets heavy management focus good market shares sales effort raised high profitability flexibility to gain sales 7 to 8B attractive markets hold position moderate positions no special initiatives good profitability 9C attractive market harvest lower costs poor technology and raise prices market share 10 to 11C unattractive markets less effort good market shares profitability okay 12C unattractive market much less effort moderate position profitability poor 13A attractive market gain share quickly subscale but improving position loss making 14 to 15Z unattractive markets sell / close moderate / poor positions loss making. Figure 30. Electronic Instruments Inc. Actions taken after all 80/20 analyses. Why your strategy is wrong 85. 80/20 as a guide to the future, developing your firm into a different animal. This concludes our strategic review of existing business segments, where it is advisable to start with 80/20 profit analyses. As we have seen, these analyses are indispensable in arriving at segment strategy. But we have still not by any means exhausted the use of the 80/20ths principle in strategy. The principle is also of enormous value in identifying the next leaps forward for your business. We tend to assume that our organizations and our industries are doing pretty much the best they can. We tend to think that our business world is highly competitive and has reached some sort of equilibrium or endgame. Nothing could be further from the truth. It would be far better to start from the proposition that your industry is all screwed up and could be structured much more effectively to provide what customers want. And as far as your organization is concerned, your ambition could be to transform it within the next decade, so that in 10 years' time your people will look back, shake their heads ruefully and say to each other, I can't believe we used to do things that way. We must have been crazy. Innovation is the name of the game. It is absolutely crucial to future competitive advantage. We tend to think that innovation is difficult, but with creative use of the 80/20 principle innovation can be both easy and fun. Consider, for example, the following ideas. 80% of the profits made by all industries are made by 20% of industries. Make a list of the most profitable industries that you are aware of, such as pharmaceuticals or consulting, and ask why your industry can't be more like these. 80% of the profits made in any industry are made by 20% of firms. If you aren't one of these, what are they doing right that you're not? 86. Corporate success needn't be a mystery. 80% of value perceived by customers relates to 20% of what an organization does. What is that 20% in your case? What is stopping you doing more of it? What is preventing you from making an even more extreme version of that 20%? 80% of what an industry does yields no more than 20% of the benefit to its customers. What is that 80%? Why not abolish it? For instance, if you are a banker, why do you have branches? If you provide services, why not organize their provision via the telephone and the personal computer? Where might less be better, as with self-service? Could the customer be engaged in providing some of the services? 80% of the benefit from any product or service can be provided at 20% of the cost. Many consumers would buy a stripped-down, very cheap product. Is anyone providing it in your industry? 80% of any industry's profits come from 20% of its customers. Do you have a disproportionate share of these? If not, what would you need to do to get it? Why do you need people? Some examples of industry transformations may help. My grandmother used to run a corner grocery store. She received orders, would pick them out, and then I, or some more reliable boy, would deliver them on a bike. Then a supermarket opened in the town. It engaged its customers in picking their own groceries and carting them back home. In return, the supermarket offered a wider range, lower prices, and a car park. Soon my grandmother's customers were flocking to the supermarket. Some industries, such as petrol retailing, cottoned on to self-service quickly. Others, such as furniture retailing and banking, thought it was not for them. Every few years a new competitor, such as IKEA in furniture, proves that there is new life in the very old idea of self-service. Discounting is also a perennial transformation strategy. Offer less. Why your strategy is wrong. 87. Choice, fewer frills, less service, and much cheaper prices. 80% of sales are concentrated in 20% of products. Just stock these. Another place I used to work, a wine merchant, stocked 30 different types of claret. Who needed that amount of choice? The firm was taken over by a discount chain, and now a wine warehouse has opened up down the road. Who would have thought 50 years ago that people would have wanted fast food outlets? And today, who realizes that accessible mega restaurants, the sort that offer a limited and predictable menu in glitzy surroundings at reasonable prices but insist that you give back the table after 90 minutes, constitute a death warrant for traditional owner-run restaurants? Why do we insist on using people to do things that machines can do much more cheaply? When will airlines start to use robots to serve you? Most people prefer humans, but machines are more reliable and much cheaper. Machines may give 80% of the benefit at 20% of the cost. In some cases, as with cash machines, automatic teller machines, also known as holes in the wall, they provide a much better service, much faster and at a fraction of the cost. In the next century, only old fogies like me will prefer to deal with humans, and even I will have my doubts. Are carpets obsolete? I want to leave you to your own imagination. Just one final example, where use of the 80-20 principle has transformed a company's fortunes and could conceivably change a whole industry. Consider the Interface Corporation of Georgia, now an $800 million carpet supplier. It used to sell carpets, now it leases them, installing carpet tiles rather than whole carpets. Interface realized that 20% of any carpet receives 80% of the wear. Normally a carpet is replaced when most of it is still perfectly good. Under Interface's leasing scheme, Carpets are regularly inspected and any worn or damaged carpet tile is. 88. Corporate success needn't be a mystery. Replaced. This lowers costs for both interface and the customer. A trivial 80-20 observation has transformed one company and could lead to widespread future changes in the industry. Conclusion. The 80-20 principle suggests that your strategy is wrong. If you make most of your money out of a small part of your activity, you should turn your company upside down and concentrate your efforts on multiplying this small part. Yet this is only part of the answer. Behind the need for focus lurks an even more powerful truth about business, and it is to this theme that we turn next. Simple is beautiful. My effort is in the direction of simplicity. People in general have so little and it costs so much to buy even the barest necessities, let alone the luxuries to which I think everyone is entitled, because nearly everything we make is much more complex than it needs to be. Our clothing, our food, our household furnishings, all could be much simpler than they now are and at the same time be better looking. Henry Ford 1. We saw in the previous chapter that nearly all businesses have within them chunks of business with widely varying profitability. The 80-20 principle suggests something quite outrageous as a working hypothesis, that 1/5 of a typical company's revenues account for 4/5 of its profits and cash. Conversely, 4/5 of the average company's revenues account for only 1/5 of profits and cash. This is a bizarre hypothesis. If we assume that one such business has sales of £100 million and total profits of £5 million, for the 80-20 principle to be correct, £20 million of sales has to produce £4 million of profits, a return on sales of 20%. 5. 90. Corporate success needn't be a mystery. Cent, while £80 million of sales has to produce just £1 million of profits, a return on sales of just 1.25%. This means that the top fifth of business is 16 times more profitable than the rest of the business. What is extraordinary is that when it is tested, the hypothesis generally turns out to be correct, or not very far wide of the mark. How can this be true? It is intuitively obvious that some business chunks may be considerably more profitable than others. But 16 times better? It almost beggars belief. And, routinely, executives who commission product line profitability exercises often do refuse to believe the results when first presented with them. Even when they have checked the assumptions and verified them, they still end up baffled. The next stage is often for managers to refuse to get rid of the 80% of business that is unprofitable, on the apparently reasonable grounds that the 80% makes a very large contribution to overheads. Removing the 80%, they say, would clearly decrease profits, because you simply couldn't remove 80% of your overhead in any sensible time frame. When faced with these objections, corporate analysts or consultants generally give way to the managers. Only the most horribly unprofitable business is removed. And only minor efforts are made to increase the extremely profitable business. Yet all this is a dreadful compromise, based on a misunderstanding. Few people stop to ask why the unprofitable business is so bad. Even fewer stop to think whether you could in practice, as well as in theory, have a business solely composed of the most profitable chunks and get rid of 80% of the overhead. The truth is that the unprofitable business is so unprofitable because it requires the overheads and because having so many different chunks of business makes the organization horrendously complicated. It is equally true that the very profitable business does not require the overheads, or only a very small portion of them. You could have a business solely composed of the profitable business and it could make the same absolute returns, provided that you organized things differently. And why is this so? The reason is the same. It is that simple is beautiful. Simple is beautiful. 91. Business people seem to love complexity. No sooner is a simple business successful than its managers pour vast amounts of energy into making it very much more complicated. But business returns abhor complexity. As the business becomes more complex, its returns fall dramatically. This is not just because more marginal business is being taken. It is also because the act of making a business more complex depresses returns more effectively than any other means known to humanity. It follows that the process can be reversed. A complex business can be made more simple and returns can soar. All it takes is an understanding of the costs of complexity, or the value of simplicity, and courage to remove at least 4/5 of lethal managerial overhead. Simple is beautiful, complex is ugly. Those of us who believe in the 80-20 principle will never succeed in transforming industry until we can demonstrate that simple is beautiful and why. Unless people understand this, they will never be willing to give up 80% of their current business and overheads. So we need to go back to basics and revise the common view of the roots of business success. To do so, we must get involved in a current controversy over whether size in business is a help or a hindrance. By resolving this dispute, we will also be able to show why simple is beautiful. For something very interesting and unprecedented is happening to our industrial structure. Since the Industrial Revolution, companies have become both bigger and more diversified. Until the end of the 19th century, nearly all companies were national or subnational, having the vast bulk of their revenues confined to their home country. And nearly all were in just one line of business. The 20th century has seen a series of transformations, changing the nature both of business and of our daily lives. First, thanks largely to Henry Ford's sensationally successful quest to democratize the automobile, there was the burgeoning 92 corporate success needn't be a mystery. Power of the assembly line, multiplying the revenues of the average firm, creating mass-branded consumer goods for the first time in history, slashing the real cost of those goods and giving more and more power to the largest enterprises. Then there was the emergence of so-called multinational enterprises that initially took the Americas and Europe, and later the whole world, as their canvas. Next came the conglomerates, a new breed of corporation that refused to confine itself to one line of business and rapidly spread its tentacles across many industrial sectors and a myriad of products. Then the invention and refinement of the hostile takeover, fueled equally by management ambition and the financial lubrication of leverage, gave further impetus to size. Finally, in the last 30 years of the century, the determination of industrial leaders, mainly from Japan, to seize global leadership in their priority markets and as much market share as feasible, provided the final reinforcement to the cult of corporate size. For various reasons, therefore, the first 75 years of the 20th century witnessed a progressive and apparently unstoppable expansion in the size of industrial enterprise and, until recently, in the proportion of business activity taken by the largest firms. But in the past 2 decades, the latter trend has suddenly, and dramatically, gone into reverse. In 1979, the Fortune 500 largest U.S. firms accounted for nearly 60% of U.S. gross national product, but by the early 1990s this had slumped to just 40%. Does this mean that small is beautiful? No. This is definitely the wrong answer. There is absolutely nothing wrong with the belief long held by business leaders and strategists that scale and market share are valuable. Extra scale gives greater volume over which to spread fixed costs, especially the overhead costs that make up the lion's share of all costs, now that factories have been made so efficient. Market share, too, helps to raise prices. The most popular firm, that with the highest market share, the best reputation and brands and the most loyal customers, should command a price premium over lower. Simple is beautiful. 93. Share competitors. Yet why is that larger firms are losing market share to smaller firms? And why does it happen that in practice, as opposed to theory, the advantages of scale and market share fail to translate into higher profitability? Why is it that firms often see their sales mushroom yet their returns on sales and capital actually fall, rather than rise as the theory would predict? The cost of complexity. The most important answer is the cost of complexity. The problem is not extra scale, but extra complexity. Additional scale, without additional complexity, will always give lower unit costs. To deliver to one customer more of one product or service, provided that it is exactly the same, will always raise returns. Yet additional scale is rarely just more of the same. Even if the customer is the same, the extra volume usually comes from adapting an existing product, providing a new product and/or adding more service. This requires expensive overhead costs that are usually hidden, but always real. And if new customers are involved, it is far worse. There are high initial costs in recruiting customers, and they generally have different needs to existing customers, causing even greater complexity and cost. Internal complexity has huge hidden costs. When new business is different to existing business, even if it is only slightly different, costs tend to go up, not just pro rata with the volume increase, but well ahead of it. This is because complexity slows down simple systems and requires the intervention of managers to deal with the new requirements. The cost of stopping and starting again, of communication and miscommunication between extra people, and above all the cost of the gaps between people, when partially completed work is set down to await someone else's intervention and later picked up and passed. 94. Corporate success needn't be a mystery. On into another gap. All these costs are horrendous and all the more insidious because they are largely invisible. If the communication needs to straddle different divisions, buildings and countries, the result is even worse. How this works is shown in Figure 31. Competitor B is larger than competitor A, yet has higher costs. This is not because the scale curve additional volume equals lower costs doesn't work. Rather, it is because B's extra volume has been bought at the cost of higher complexity. The effect of this is massive, and much greater than the additional cost that is visible relative to A. The scale curve operates, but its benefits are overturned by the extra complexity. Figure 31. The cost of complexity. Simple is beautiful. 95. Simple is beautiful explains the 80-20 principle. Understanding the cost of complexity allows us to take a major leap forward in the debate about corporate size. It is not that small is beautiful. All other things being equal, big is beautiful. But all other things are not equal. Big is only ugly and expensive because it is complex. Big can be beautiful. But it is simple that is always beautiful. Even management scientists are belatedly realizing the value of simplicity. A recent careful study of 39 middle-sized German companies, led by Gunter Rommel, found that only one characteristic differentiated the winners from the less successful firms: simplicity. The winners sold a narrower range of products to fewer customers and also had fewer suppliers. The study concludes that a simple organization was best at selling complicated products. This mental breakthrough helps to explain why and how the seemingly outrageous claims of the 80-20 principle, applied to corporate profits, can actually be true. A fifth of revenues can produce 4/5 of profits. The top 20% of revenues can be 16 times more profitable than the bottom 20%, or, where the bottom 20% makes a loss, infinitely more profitable. Simple is beautiful explains a large part of why the 80-20 principle works. Simple and pure market share is much more valuable than has previously been recognized. The returns from pure scale have been obscured by the cost of complexity associated with impure scale. And different chunks of business have usually had different competitors and different relative strength vis-a-vis those competitors. Where a business is dominant in its narrowly defined niche, it is likely to make several times the returns earned in niches where one faces a dominant competitor, the mirror image. Parts of the business that are mature and simple can be amazingly 96. Corporate success needn't be a mystery. Profitable. Cutting the number of products, customers and suppliers usually leads to higher profits, partly because you can have the luxury of just focusing on the most profitable activities and customers, but partly also because the costs of complexity, in the form of overheads and management, can be slashed. In different products, firms often have differences in the extent to which they buy in goods and services from the outside, in the jargon, outsourcing. Outsourcing is a terrific way to cut complexity and costs. The best approach is to decide which is the part of the value-adding chain, R&D/manufacturing/distribution/selling/marketing/servicing, where your company has the greatest comparative advantage, and then ruthlessly outsource everything else. This can take out most of the costs of complexity and enable dramatic reductions in headcount, as well as speeding up the time it takes you to get a product to market. The result, much lower costs. And often significantly higher prices too. It can enable you to do away with all central functions and costs. If you are just in one line of business, you don't need a head office, regional head offices, or functional offices. And the abolition of the head office can have an electric effect on profits. The key problem with head offices is not their cost. It is the way they take away real responsibility and initiative from those who do the work and add the value to customers. For the first time, corporations can center themselves around customer needs rather than around the management hierarchy. Before the head office is abolished, different chunks of business attract different degrees of head office cost and interference. The most profitable products and services are usually those that are left to get on with their own life without any help from the center. This is why, when 80-20 profitability exercises have been carried out, executives are often staggered. To learn that the most neglected areas are the most profitable. It is no accident. And one of the unfortunate byproducts of 80-20's analysis is sometimes that the most profitable areas get a lot more attention from managers at the top. As a result, they can begin to drop down the profitability league table. Finally, where a chunk of business is simple, the chances are that it is. Simple is beautiful. 97. Closer to the customer. There is less management to get in the way. Customers can be listened to and feel that they are important. People are willing to pay a lot more for this. For customers, the quest for self-importance is at least as important as the quest for value. Simplicity raises prices as well as lowering costs. Contribution to overhead, one of the lamest excuses for inaction. Frequently, managers faced with the results of 80-20 analysis protest that they cannot just focus on the most profitable segments. They point out that the less profitable segments, and even the loss-making segments, make a positive contribution to overheads. This is one of the lamest and most self-serving defense mechanisms ever contrived. If you focus on the most profitable segments, you can grow them surprisingly fast, nearly always at 20% a year and sometimes even faster. Remember that the initial position and customer franchise are strong, so it's a lot easier than growing the business overall. The need for overhead coverage from unprofitable segments can disappear pretty quickly. Yet the truth is that you don't need to wait. If your eye offends you, pluck it out. Just remove the offending overhead. If your will is strong, you can always do it. The less profitable segments can sometimes be sold, with or without their overheads, and always be closed. Do not listen to accountants who bleed about exit costs. A lot of these are just numbers on a page with no cash cost. Even where there is a cash cost, there is normally a very quick payback, one that will be much quicker, because of the value of simplicity, than the bean counters will ever tell you. A third option, often the most profitable, is to harvest these segments deliberately. 98. Corporate success needn't be a mystery. Losing market share. You let go of the less profitable customers and products, cut off most support and sales effort, raise prices and allow sales to decline at 5 to 20% while you laugh all the way to the bank. Go for the most simple 20%. What is most simple and standardized is hugely more productive and cost-effective than what is complex. The simplest messages are the most appealing and universal, to colleagues, consumers, and suppliers. The simplest structures and process flows are at once the most attractive and the lowest cost. Letting the customer access your business system, as with all forms of self-service, creates choice, economy, speed, and spend. Always try to identify the simplest 20% of any product range, process, marketing message, sales channel, product design, product manufacture, service delivery, or customer feedback mechanism. Cultivate the simplest 20%, refine it until it is as simple as you can make it. Standardize delivery of a simple product or service on as universal and global a basis as possible. Pass up thrills, bells and whistles. Make the simplest 20% as high quality and consistent as imaginable. Whenever something has become complex, simplify it. If you cannot, eliminate it. Reducing complexity at Corning. How can a business in trouble use the 80-20 principle to reduce complexity and raise profits? An excellent case study is provided by Corning, which produces ceramic substrates for automobile exhaust systems in Greenville, Ohio, and Kaiserslautern, Germany. 3 In 1992 the U.S. business was doing badly, and the next year the simple is beautiful 99 German market fell sharply. Instead of panicking, the Corning executives took a long, hard look at the profitability of all their products. As in almost every firm around the world, the Corning executives had used a standard cost approach to decide what to produce. But standard cost systems are one of the most important reasons the 80-20 principle has so much to add. Standard cost systems make it impossible to know true product profitability, largely because they do not differentiate between high and low volume products. When variable costs, such as overtime, training, equipment modifications and downtime, were fully allocated at Corning, the results caused astonishment. Take two products made at Kaiserslautern, a high-volume, simple, symmetrically shaped ceramic substrate, disguised here as the R10, and a much lower volume product, the R5, an odd-shaped substrate. The standard cost of the R5 was 20% more than that of the R10. But when the extra engineering and shop floor effort to produce the R5 were fully costed, it turned out to have an incredible cost, around 500,000% or greater than the R10. Yet, on reflection, the data could be believed. The R10 virtually made itself. The R5 required expensive engineers to hover over it, nudging it to keep within specification. Therefore, if only R10s were made, far fewer engineers would be needed. And that is what happened. By eliminating low-volume and profitable products, which contributed little to revenues and negative amounts of profit, engineering capacity was reduced by 25%. The 55 principle. The Corning analysis kept gravitating towards a very useful cousin of the 80-20th principle, the 55th principle. The 55 principle asserts that, typically, 50% of a company's customers, products, components and suppliers will add less than 5% to revenues and profits. Getting rid of the low volume and negative value, 50% of items is the key to reducing complexity. 100 Corporate success needn't be a mystery. The 55 principle worked at Corning. Out of 450 products produced at Greenville, half produced 96.3% of revenue. The other 50% yielded just 3.7%, depending on the period analyzed. The German plant showed that the low-volume 50% of products produced only 5% of sales. In both locations, the bottom 50% made losses. More is worse. The road to hell is paved with the pursuit of volume. Volume leads to marginal products, marginal customers, and greatly increased managerial complexity. Since complexity is both interesting and rewarding to managers, it is often tolerated or encouraged until it can no longer be afforded. At Corning, they had filed up the plants with loss-making, complicating business. The solution was to cut the number of products by more than half. Instead of dealing with 1,000 suppliers, purchases were consolidated through the 200 suppliers who comprised 95% of total supplies, a 95-20th principle. The organization was streamlined and flattened. At the heart of the market meltdown, Corning turned away business. This might seem perverse, but it worked. A simpler, smaller operation rapidly restored profits. Less was more. Managers love complexity. At this point it is worth asking, why do supposedly profit-maximizing organizations become complex, when this plainly destroys value? One important answer, alas, is that managers love complexity. Complexity is stimulating and intellectually challenging, it leavens boring routine, and it creates interesting jobs for managers. Some people. Simple is beautiful 101. Believe that complexity obtrudes when no one is looking. No doubt, but complexity is also sponsored by managers, just as it sponsors them. Most organizations, even ostensibly commercial and capitalist ones, are conspiracies of management against the interests of customers, investors, and the outside world generally. Unless firms are facing an economic crisis, or have an unusual leader who favors investors and customers rather than his or her own managers, excess management activity is virtually guaranteed. It is in the interests of the managerial class in charge. Point 4. Cost reduction through simplicity. There is thus a natural tendency for business, like life in general, to become overcomplex. All organizations, especially large and complex ones, are inherently inefficient and wasteful. They do not focus on what they should be doing. They should be adding value to their customers and potential customers. Any activity that does not fulfill this goal is unproductive. Yet most large organizations engage in prodigious amounts of expensive, unproductive activity. Every person and every organization is the product of a coalition, and the forces within the coalition are always at war. The war is between the trivial many and the vital few. The trivial many comprise the prevalent inertia and ineffectiveness. The vital few are the breakthrough streaks of effectiveness, brilliance, and good fit. Most activity results in little value and little change. A few powerful interventions have massive impact. The war is difficult to observe. It is the same person, the same unit, and the same organization, which produces both a mass of weak, or negative, output and a smattering of highly valuable output. All we can discern is the overall result. We miss both the garbage and the gems. It follows that any organization always has great potential for cost reduction and for delivering better value to customers, by simplifying what it does and by eliminating low, or negative value activities. 102. Corporate success needn't be a mystery. Be mindful that waste thrives on complexity, effectiveness requires simplicity. The mass of activity will always be pointless, poorly conceived, badly directed, wastefully executed, and largely beside the point to customers. A small portion of activity will always be terrifically effective and valued by customers. It is probably not what you think it is. It is opaque and buried within a basket of less effective activity. All organizations are a mix of productive and unproductive forces, people, relationships, and assets. Poor performance is always endemic, hiding behind and suckered by a smaller amount of excellent performance. Major improvements are always possible, by doing things differently and by doing less. Always recall the 80-20 principle. If you study the output your firm generates, the chances are that a quarter to a fifth of the activity accounts for 3/4 or 4/5 of profits. Multiply that quarter or fifth. Multiply the effectiveness of the rest, or cut it out. Reducing costs using the 80-20 principle. All effective techniques to reduce costs use 3 80-20 insights: simplification, through elimination of unprofitable activity, focus on a few key drivers of improvements, and comparison of performance. The last two deserve elaboration. Simple is beautiful 103. Be selective. Do not tackle everything with equal effort. Cost reduction is an expensive business. Identify the areas, perhaps only 20% of the whole business, that have the greatest cost reduction potential. Concentrate 80% of your efforts here. You don't want to get too bogged down in microanalysis. It can help to apply the 80-20 rule. Ask yourself, what are the major time sinks that you can cut out? Where are the 80% of the time delays and costs in your current processes that you could target, and understand how you would attack those. 5. To be successful, one has to measure what really counts. Most organizations fit Pareto's rule. 80% of what is important is supported by 20% of the costs. For example, a study in Pacific Bell's Customer Payment Center found that 25% of the center's work was devoted to processing 0.1% of the payments. A third of the payments were processed twice, and occasionally several times. 6. In reducing cost or raising product and service quality, remember above all that equal cost does not lead to equal customer satisfaction. A few parts of cost are tremendously productive, but most cost has little or no relationship to what customers value. Identify, treasure, and multiply the few productive costs, and get rid of the rest. Using 80-20 analysis to pinpoint improvement areas. 80-20 analysis can establish why particular problems arise and focus attention on the key areas for improvement. To take a simple example, let's imagine that you are running a book publishing firm and that your typesetting costs are 30% above budget. Your product manager tells 104 corporate success needn't be a mystery. You that there are 1001 reasons for the overrun. Sometimes the authors are late with the manuscript. Sometimes the proofreaders or index compilers take longer than planned. In many cases the book is longer than planned. The charts and other figures often need correction, and there are many other special causes. One thing you can do is to take a particular time period, say 3 months, and carefully monitor the causes of the all typesetting cost overruns. You should record the main reason for each overrun, and also the financial cost penalty involved. Figure 132 displays the causes in a table, ranking the most frequent cause at the top and so on. Causes number, percent, age, cumulative percentage. 1 authors late with corrections 45 30.0 30.02 authors late with original manuscript 37 24.7 54.73 authors make too many corrections 34 22.7 77.44 figures need correction 13 8.6 86.05 book longer than planned 6 4.0 90.06 proofreader late 3 2.0 92.07 index compiler late 3 2.0 94.08 permissions received late 2 1.395.39 typesetters computer fault 1 0.67 96.010 typesetters correction errors 1 0.67 96.611 schedule changed by editor 1 0.67 97.312 schedule changed by Marketing 1 0.67 98.013 schedule changed by printer 1 0.67 98.714 fire at typesetters 1 0.67 99.315 legal dispute with typesetter 1 0.67 100.0 Total 150,100,100 Figure 32 Causes of publishers' typesetting overruns. Figure 33 converts this information to an 80-20 chart. To construct this, make the causes bars in descending order of importance. Put the Simple is Beautiful 105 number of causes per bar on the left-hand vertical axis and put the cumulative percentage of causes on the right-hand vertical axis. This is easily done and the visual summary of the data is quite powerful. Figure 33 80/20 chart of causes of publishers' typesetting overruns. We can see from Figure 33 that 3 of the 15 problems, exactly 20%, cause nearly 80% of the overruns. The cumulative line flattens out quickly after the first 5 causes, telling you that you are reaching the trivial many causes. The major 3 causes all relate to authors. The publishing house could solve this problem by writing into authors' contracts a clause making them liable for any extra typesetting costs caused by them being late or making too many corrections. A minor change like this would eliminate over 80% of the problem. Sometimes it is more useful to draw an 80-20 chart on the basis of the financial impact of the problem or opportunity rather than the number of causes. The method is exactly the same. 106 Corporate success needn't be a mystery. Compare performance. The 80-20 principle states that there always are a few high productivity areas and many low productivity ones. All of the most effective cost reduction techniques of the past 30 years have used this insight, often with conscious acknowledgement to the 80-20 principle, to compare performance. The onus is placed on the majority of laggards to improve performance to the level of the best, sometimes taking the 90th percentile, sometimes the 75th, usually within this range, or else to retire gracefully from the field. This is not the place to give chapter and verse on cost reduction/value improvement techniques such as benchmarking, best demonstrated practice, or re-engineering. All of these are systematic expansions of the 80-20 principle, and all, if pursued relentlessly, can raise value to customers by tremendous amounts. Too often, however, these techniques become the latest evanescent management fad or self-contained programs. They stand a much greater chance of success if placed within the context of the very simple 80-20 principle that should drive all radical action. A minority of business activity is useful. Value delivered to customers is rarely measured and always unequal. Great leaps forward require measurement and comparison of the value delivered to customers and what they will pay for it. Conclusion: simplicity power. Because business is wasteful, and because complexity and waste feed on each other, a simple business will always be better than a complex business. Because scale is normally valuable, for any given level of complexity, it is better to have a larger business. The large and simple business is the best. Simple is beautiful. 107. The way to create something great is to create something simple. Anyone who is serious about delivering better value to customers can easily do so by reducing complexity. Any large business is stuffed full of passengers and profitable products, processes, suppliers, customers, and, heaviest of all, managers. The passengers obstruct the evolution of commerce. Progress requires simplicity, and simplicity requires ruthlessness. This helps to explain why simple is as rare as it is beautiful. Hooking the right customers. Those who analyze the reasons for their success know the 80-20 rule applies. 80% of their growth, profitability, and satisfaction comes from 20% of the clients. At a minimum, firms should identify the top 20% to get a clear picture of desirable prospects for future growth. Vin Manactala 1. The 80-20 principle is essential for doing the right kind of selling and marketing and for relating this to any organization's overall strategy, including the whole process of producing and delivering goods and services. We will show how to use the 80-20 principle in this way. But first, we have an obligation to clear away a lot of pseudo-intellectual undergrowth about industrialization and marketing. For example, it is often said that we live in a post-industrial world, that firms should not be production-led, that they should be marketing-led and customer-centered. These are, at best, half-truths. A short historical excursion is necessary to explain why. In the beginning, most firms concentrated on their markets, their important customers, with little or no thought. Marketing as a separate. 6. Hooking the right customers. 109. Function or activity was not necessary, yet the small business made sure that it looked after its customers. Then came the Industrial Revolution, which created big business, specialization, Adam Smith's pin factory, and eventually the production line. The natural tendency of big business was to subordinate customer needs to the exigencies of low-cost mass production. Henry Ford famously said that customers could have his Model T in any color as long as it's black. Until the late 1950s, big business everywhere was overwhelmingly production-led. It is easy for the sophisticated marketeer or businessperson today to sneer at the primitiveness of the production-led approach. In fact, the Fordist approach was plainly the right one for its time. The mission to simplify goods and lower their cost, while making them more attractive, is the foundation for today's wealthy consumer society products from the low cost factory progressively made goods in higher and higher categories. Available, or, in the ghastly phrase, affordable, to consumers previously excluded from the market. The creation of a mass market also created spending power that had not previously existed, leading to a virtuous circle of lower cost production, higher consumption, greater employment, higher purchasing power, greater unit volumes, lower unit costs, higher consumption, and so on in a progressive, if not unbroken, upward spiral. Viewed in this light, Henry Ford was not a production-driven troglodyte, he was a creative genius who did signal service to ordinary citizens. In 1909, he said that his mission was to democratize the automobile. At the time, the goal was laughable, only rich people had cars. But, of course, the mass-produced Model T, provided at a fraction of the cost of earlier cars, set the ball rolling. For good and ill, and on the whole much more good than ill, we enjoy the horn of plenty too provided by the Fordist world. Mass industrialization and innovation did not stop with automobiles. Many products, from fridges to the Sony Walkman or the CD-ROM, could not have been commissioned as a result of market research. Nobody in the 19th century would have wanted frozen food. 110 corporate success needn't be a mystery. Because there were no freezers to keep it in. All the great breakthroughs from the invention of fire and the wheel onward have been triumphs of production which then created their own markets. And it is nonsense to say that we live in a post-industrial world. Services are now being industrialized in the same way that physical products were in the so-called industrial era. Retailing, agriculture, flour production, language, entertainment, teaching, cleaning, hotel provision and even the art of restaurateuring, all these used to be exclusively the province of individual service providers, non-industrializable and non-exportable. Now all these areas are being rapidly industrialized and in some cases globalized. Point 3. The 1960s rediscovered marketing and the 1990s rediscovered customers. The success of the production-driven approach, with the focus on making the product, expanding production, and driving down costs, eventually highlighted the approach's own deficiencies. In the early 1960s, business school professors like Theodore Levitt told managers to be marketing-led. His legendary Harvard Business Review article in 1960 called Marketing Myopia encouraged industry to be customer-satisfying rather than goods-producing. The new gospel was electric. Business people fell over themselves to win the hearts and minds of customers. A relatively new branch of business studies, market research, was vastly expanded in order to discover which new products customers wanted. Marketing became the hot topic at business schools and marketing executives ousted those from production backgrounds as the new generation of CEOs. The mass market was dead, product and customer segmentation became the watchwords of the wise. More recently, in the 1980s and 1990s, customer satisfaction, customer-centeredness, customer delight and customer obsession have become the stated goals of most enlightened and successful corporations. Hooking the right customers. 111. The customer-led approach is both right and dangerous. It is absolutely right to be marketing-led and customer-centered. But it can also have dangerous and potentially lethal side effects. If the product range is extended into too many new areas, or if the obsession with customers leads to recruiting more and more marginal consumers, unit costs will rise and returns fall. With additional product range, overhead costs rise sharply. As a result of the cost of complexity, factory costs are now so low that they comprise only a small part of firms' value added, typically less than 10% of a product's selling price. The vast majority of firms' costs lie outside the factory. These costs can be penal if the product range is too large. Similarly, chasing too many customers can escalate marketing and selling costs, lead to higher logistical costs and very often, most dangerously of all, permanently lower prevailing selling prices, not just for the new customers, for the old ones too. The 80-20 principle is essential here. It can provide a synthesis of the production-led and marketing-led approaches, so that you concentrate only on profitable marketing and profitable customer-centeredness, as opposed to the unprofitable customer-centeredness very evident today. The 80-20 marketing gospel. The markets and customers on which any firm should be centered must be the right ones, typically a small minority of those that the company currently owns. The conventional wisdom on being marketing-led and customer-centered is typically only 20% correct. There are 3 golden rules. 1-12 Corporate success needn't be a mystery. Marketing, and the whole firm, should focus on providing a stunning product and service in 20% of the existing product line, that small part generating 80% of fully costed profits. Marketing, and the whole firm, should devote extraordinary endeavor towards delighting, keeping forever and expanding the sales to the 20% of customers who provide 80% of the firm's sales and/or profits. There is no real conflict between production and marketing. You will only be successful in marketing if what you are marketing is different and, for your target customers, either unobtainable elsewhere, or provided by you in a product/service/price package that is much better value than is obtainable elsewhere. These conditions are unlikely to apply in more than 20% of your current product line, and you are likely to obtain more than 80% of your true profits from this 20%. And if these conditions apply in almost none of your product lines, your only hope is to innovate. At this stage, the creative marketeer must become product-led. All innovation is necessarily product-led. You cannot innovate without a new product or service. Be marketing-led in the few right product/market segments. Products accounting for 20% of your revenues are likely to comprise 80% of your profits, once you take into account all the costs, including overheads, associated with each product. It is even more likely that 20% of your products account for 80% of your profits. Bill Roach, the cosmetics buyer for Raley's, a retailer in Sacramento, California, comments, 80% of your profit comes from 20% of the products. The question, for a retailer, is, how much of the 80% can you afford to eliminate, without the risk of losing stature in cosmetics? Ask the cosmetics franchisors, and they say it'll hurt. Ask the retailers, and they'll say you can cut some point for hooking the right customers. 113. The logical thing to do is to expand the area devoted to the 20% of most profitable and best-selling lipsticks and to delist some of the slowest-selling product. Major promotion can then be undertaken in-store on the most profitable 20%, in cooperation with the suppliers of these top products. Note that there are always apparently good reasons trotted out as to why you need the unprofitable 80% of products, in this case the fear of losing stature by having a smaller product line. Excuses like this rest on the strange view that shoppers like to see a lot of product they have no intention of buying, which distracts attention from the product they like to buy. Whenever this has been put to the test, the answer in 99% of cases is that delisting marginal products boosts profits while not harming customer perceptions one jot. A company making automobile appearance products, waxes, polishes, and other car cleaning accessories marketed its products through car washes. In theory, this was logical, since car wash owners would make incremental profits through each sale of appearance products simply by putting them on display in space that would otherwise serve no useful function. The idea was that they would give the products premium floor space and make an effort to sell them. But when the auto appearance product business was sold and new management conducted a comprehensive sales analysis, they found that for the classic 80-20 rule applied, meaning 80% of the company's revenues were generated at 20% of its retail sites. 5. When the new CEO turned up at 50 car washes generating minimal sales, he found his display hidden away in corners or other poor locations, allowing them to be mistreated and often badly understocked. The CEO harangued the owners of the car washes, not selling many of his products. He told them to pull their socks up and manage their point of sale displays properly. This didn't work. Instead, he should have concentrated on the best 20% of car washes. What were they doing right? Could they do more of it? What did they have in common? How could more such outlets be found? As the successful outlets were owned by large, professionally run chains, he should have cultivated these outlets rather than trying to improve the performance of the sole proprietor sites. 114 Corporate success needn't be a mystery. Be customer-centered for the few right customers. Important as focus on the few best products is, it is much less important than focusing on the few best customers. Many successful marketing professionals have learnt this lesson. A few cases may be cited. In telecoms, direct your attention where the real threat of competition exists. In most instances, the 80-20 rule still applies. 80% of the revenue comes from 20% of the customers. Know who the top revenue-producing customers are and make sure you meet their needs. 6. In contract management, remember the old 80-20 rule. Keep in closest contact with the 20% of your clients who give you 80% of your business. Every Sunday evening, go through contract management files and jot a note, send a card, or make a note to call anyone you haven't had contact with for too long. 7. Since 1994, American Express has conducted many campaigns to strengthen its franchise with the merchants and their customers who generate the highest volume of Amex sales. Carlos Vieira, Director of Sales for American Express in South Florida, explains. It's the old 80-20th rule. The bulk of your business comes from 20% of your market. This campaign is more of a PR campaign to get people to dine out more. 8. Successful marketing is all about a focus on the relatively small number of customers who are the most active in consuming your product or service. A few customers buy a great deal while a great number buy very little. The latter can be ignored. It is the core customer group that matters, those that consume heavily and frequently. For example, MS Broadcasting, which owns WQHT and WRKS radio stations, has conducted successful marketing campaigns focused exclusively on its core. Hooking the right customers. 115. Audiences, to increase the time they spend listening. Instead of spending 12 hours a week with their favorite radio station, they are now spending 25 hours a week with it. We focus on the 80-20 rule of consumption with all of our stations. We get every single one of the listeners in our target audience and milk every single quarter hour we can out of them. 9. Focusing on 20% of your customers is a great deal easier than focusing on 100% of them. Being customer-centered on all of your customers is pretty nigh impossible. But cherishing the core 20% is both feasible and highly rewarding. 4 steps to lock in your core customers. You cannot target the key 20% until you know who they are. Firms with a finite customer base can work this out individual customer by individual customer. Firms selling to tens of thousands or millions of consumers need to know who their key customers are. These might be channels of distribution, and also the profile of the heavy and frequent consumer. Second, you need to provide quite exceptional or even outrageous service to them. To create a super insurance agency of the future, advises consultant Dan Sullivan, you'd build 20 relationships and cover them like a run with service. Not regular service, not good service. Outrageous service. You'd anticipate their needs when you could, and you'd rush like a SWAT team when they asked you for anything else. 10. The real key is to provide surprising service, above and beyond the call of duty and quite out of line with prevailing industry standards. This may have a short-term cost, but it will have a long-term reward. Third, target new products and services at the core 20% of customers, developing them solely for and with this group. In seeking to gain market share, try above all to sell more to your existing core. 116. Corporate success needn't be a mystery. Customers. This is not generally a matter of sheer selling skills. nor is it largely a matter of selling more of existing products to them, although frequent buyer programs nearly always give a high return and raise both short and long-term profits. But much more important still is developing improvements to existing products, or developing totally new products that are wanted by, and if possible developed in liaison with, your core customers. Innovation should be grounded in the relationship with this group. Finally, you should aim to keep your core customers forever. Your core customers are money in the bank. If any of them drops out, your profitability will suffer. It follows that quite extraordinary efforts to keep your core customers, that look as though they are depressing profitability, are bound to enhance it substantially over any meaningful time period. Exceptional service may even help short-term profits by encouraging core customers to buy more. But profitability is only a scorecard providing an after-the-fact measure of a business's health. The real measure of a healthy business lies in the strength, depth, and length of its relationship with its core customers. Customer loyalty is the basic fact that drives profitability in any case. If you start to lose core customers, the business is crumbling beneath your feet, whatever you do to dress up short-term earnings. If core customers are deserting, sell the business as fast as you can, or fire the management, fire yourself if you are the boss, and take whatever drastic steps are necessary to win the core customers back or at least stop the attrition. Conversely, if the core customers are happy, the long-term expansion of the business is assured. Serving the core 20% of customers must be a company-wide obsession. Only a focus on the key 20% of customers can make marketing a firm's central process. We started this section by looking at the shift from being production-led to being marketing-led. We then observed that the so-called excesses of the marketing approach were a result of focusing on hooking the right customers 117. 100% rather than 20% of customers. For the key 20% of customers, no excess can possibly be excessive enough. You can spend up to the limits of your cash and your energy and know that you will obtain an excellent return. Your organization cannot be centered on 100% of its customers, it can be centered on 20%. To be centered on these is the main job of any marketing person. But this type of marketing is also the main job of everyone in the firm. The customer will see and judge by the efforts of everyone in the firm, seen and unseen. In this sense, the 80-20 principle breaks new ground. It is central to marketing, it makes marketing central to the firm, but it also makes marketing the job of everyone in any organization. And marketing, for all the organization's members, must mean providing ever higher levels of delight for the key 20% of its customers. Selling. Sales is marketing's close cousin, the frontline activity to communicate to and, at least as important, to listen to customers. 80-20th thinking, as we will see next, is just as crucial for sales as for marketing. The key to superior sales performance is to stop thinking averages and start thinking 80-20ths. Average sales performance is very misleading. Some salespeople earn over £100,000 per annum while a large minority barely beat the minimum wage. Average performance means little to these people or to their employers. Take any sales force and perform an 80-20 analysis. It is odds on that you will find an unbalanced relationship between sales and salespeople. Most studies find that the top 20% of salespeople generate between 70 and 80% of sales. 11 For those who do not realize the prevalence of 80-20th relationships in life, this is a pretty remarkable result. But for anyone in business, it holds an important key to raising profits in short order. In the short term, profits are tied to sales more closely than 118. Corporate success needn't be a mystery to any other variable. Why does the 80-20 principle apply to sales, and what can we do about it? There are two sets of reasons why sales per salesperson vary so much. The first set relates to pure sales force performance issues, the second to structural issues of customer focus. Salesperson performance. Suppose that your analysis duplicates one recent example and you find that 20% of your sales personnel are generating 73% of your sales. What should you do about it? One obvious but often neglected imperative is to hang on to the high performers. You shouldn't follow the old adage, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If it ain't broke, make damn sure it doesn't break. The next best thing to staying close to your customers is to stay close to the top salespeople. Keep them happy. This cannot be done mainly with cash. Next, hire more of the same type of salesperson. This is not necessarily people with the same qualifications. Personality and attitude can be much more important. Put your sales superstars in a room together and work out what they have in common. Better still, ask them to help you hire more people like them. Third, try to identify when the top salespeople sell the most and what they did differently then. The 80-20 principle applies to time as well as to people. 80% of sales by each of your salespeople were probably generated in 20% of their work time. Try to identify so-called lucky streaks and why they happened. One commentator makes the point well. If you're in sales, think back to the best streak you ever had. What did you do differently that week? I don't know if ball players or salespeople are more superstitious, but the successful ones in each field tend to look at the conditions that were present when they were on a hot streak and try not to change them. Unlike a ball player, however, if you're in sales and you're on a hot streak, change your underwear. Point 12. Hooking the right customers. 119. Fourth, get everyone to adopt the methods that have the highest ratio of output to input. Sometimes it's advertising, sometimes personal sales visits, sometimes focused mail shots, sometimes it's making telephone calls. Do more of what makes best use of time and money. You could decide to analyze this, but it may be quicker and cheaper simply to observe how the top salespeople spend their time. Fifth, switch a successful team from one area with an unsuccessful team from another area. Do this as a genuine experiment. You will soon find out whether the good team can beat the structural difficulties or vice versa. If the good team cracks the problem in the previously difficult area but the other team is foundering, ask the former team what to do. The answer may lie in splitting the teams so that some are left in each area. Recently, a client of mine had terrific success in international sales, but the domestic team was demotivated and losing market share. I suggested switching teams. The CEO demurred, because the export team had language talents that would be wasted in domestic sales. Eventually, he agreed to release one of the international team, fired the sales director of domestic and put the young man from international in charge. Suddenly, the previously unstoppable loss of market share was reversed. Not all such stories will have a happy ending, but in sales it is generally true that nothing fails like failure and vice versa. Finally, what about Salesforce training? Is it worth investing in training the lower 80% of the sales force to enhance their performance levels, or is it a waste of time because so many of them are destined to wash out regardless of training? 13 is on any issue. Ask yourself what answer the 80-20 principle implies. My answer: only train those who you are reasonably sure plan to stick around with you for several years. Get those who are the best salespeople to train them, rewarding the sales superstars according to the subsequent performance of their trainees. Invest the most training in those who perform best after the first tranche of training. Take the best 20% of the trainees and invest 80. 120. Corporate success needn't be a mystery. % of the training effort in them. Stop training the bottom 50% unless it is clear that you are obtaining a good payback even on this effort. Many Salesforce performance differentials do derive from pure selling skill, but many do not. These structural factors can also be looked at in 80-20 terms. Selling is not just having good sales techniques. 80-20 analysis can identify structural reasons that reach far beyond individual competence. These structural factors are often much easier to address, and even more rewarding, than dealing with individual merit. A great deal often depends on the products being sold and the customers being served. Look at the sales force. We find, for example, that 20% of our salespeople are generating 73% of our sales. We find that 16% of our products are accounting for 80% of sales. Also, 22% of our customers are producing 77% of our sales. Looking further at our sales force, we find that Black has 100 active accounts. 20 of these produce about 80% of Black's sales. Green covers 100 counties, and we underscore find that 80% of her customers are concentrated in only 24 counties. Might sells 30 different products. 6 account for 81% of her sales. Point 14. We have already highlighted the 80-20 principles application to products and customers in the section on marketing. Those in charge of sales forces should therefore hooking the right customers. 121. Focus every salesperson's efforts on the 20% of products that generate 80% of sales. Make sure that the most profitable products attract 4 times the credit that an equivalent dollar of less profitable products does. The sales force should be rewarded for selling the most profitable products, not the least profitable. Focus salespeople on the 20% of customers who generate 80% of sales and 80% of profits. Teach the sales force to rank their customers by sales and profits. Insist that they spend 80% of their time on the best 20% of customers, even if they have to neglect some of the less important customers. Spending more time with the minority of high-volume customers should result in higher sales to them. If opportunities to sell more existing products have been exhausted, the sales force should concentrate on providing superior service, so that existing business will be protected, and on identifying new products that the core customers want. Organize the highest volume and profit accounts under one salesperson or team, regardless of geography. Have more national accounts and fewer regional ones. National accounts used to be confined to firms where one buyer had responsibility for purchasing all of one product, regardless of the location to which it went. Here it is plainly sensible to have an important buyer marked by a senior national sales executive. But increasingly, large accounts should be treated as national accounts and served by a dedicated person or team, even where there are many local buying points. Rich Chiarello, Senior Vice President of U.S. Sales at Computer Associates International, comments. Out of the top 20% of organizations, I'm going to get 80% of my revenue. I'm going to treat those companies as national accounts. I don't care if a rep flies all over the country, he's going to own the account, and we're going to identify everyone in that organization and put a plan in place to sell them our products. 122 Corporate success needn't be a mystery. Lower costs and use the telephone for less important accounts. A frequent complaint of sales forces is that downsizing or spending more time on large accounts can result in some sales territories having twice as many accounts as can reasonably be covered. One solution is to drop some accounts, but this should only be done as a last resort. A better solution, very often, is to centralize the 80% of smaller accounts and provide a telephone selling and ordering service. This can provide a more efficient service much more cheaply than is possible by face-to-face selling. Finally, get the sales force to revisit old customers who have provided good business in the past. This can mean knocking on old doors or calling old phone numbers. This is an amazingly successful sales technique, amazingly neglected. An old, satisfied customer is very likely to buy from you again. Bill Bain, the founder of strategic consultants Bain & Company, used to sell Bibles door to door in the U.S. Deep South. He tells of a lean spell, trudging from door to door and making no new sales, before he had a blinding glimpse of the obvious. He went back to the last customer who had bought a Bible and sold her another one. Another man following the same technique is one of the top real estate brokers in the U.S., Nicholas Barsan, a Romanian immigrant. He wins over $1 million of personal commissions each year, and over a third of these come from repeat customers. Mr. Barsan literally knocks on old doors and asks the homeowners, who were clients of his, if they're ready to sell. Making use of these 80-20 structural influences can turn mediocre salespeople into good ones and good ones into superstars. The impact of a better sales force on a firm's bottom line is immediate. Even more important is the longer-term impact on market share and customer delight of a sales force pulsating with energy and confidence, determined to deliver the best to the core customer group, but still able to listen to what they really want. Hooking the right customers. 123. The vital few customers. Some customers are vital. Most are not. Some sales efforts are wonderfully productive. Most are inefficient. Some will lose you money. Channel marketing and sales effort where you can offer a minority of potential customers something that is unique, better, or much better value than they can obtain elsewhere, provided that you can make higher profits in the process. Any successful enterprise draws its success from this simple and simplifying principle. The top 10 business uses of the 80-20 principle. The versatility of the 80-20 principle is legion. It can be used in almost any area of function to direct strategic and financial improvement. Therefore, my top 10 applications of the 80-20 principle, shown in Figure 34, inevitably represent an arbitrary choice. In compiling the list, I took into account the extent to which, historically, the business world has already used the 80-20 principle and also my own opinion of its potential and underexploited value. Previous chapters have already covered my top 6 uses: strategy in chapters 4 and 5, quality and information technology in chapter 3, cost reduction and service improvement in chapter 5, and marketing and sales in chapter 6. The current chapter provides a summary of the other 4 applications of the 80-20 principle in my hit parade. 7. The top 10 business uses. 125. 1 strategy, 2 quality, 3 cost reduction and service improvement for marketing, 5 selling, 6 information technology, 7 decision taking and analysis, 8 inventory management, 9 project management, 10 negotiation. Figure 34. The top 10 business applications of the 80-20th principle. Decision taking and analysis. Business requires decisions, frequent, fast, and often without much idea whether they are right or wrong. Since 1950, business has increasingly been blessed, or if you prefer plagued, by management scientists and analytical managers incubated in business schools, accounting firm and consultancies, who can bring analysis, usually linked to extensive and expensive data gathering, to bear on any issue. Analysis has probably been the greatest U.S. growth industry of all in the past half-century, and analysis has been instrumental in some of the greatest U.S. triumphs, such as the moon landing and the incredible accuracy of bombing in the Gulf War. Anglo-Saxon big business has taken analysis too far. But analysis has had its darker side, the escalation of corporate staffs that are only now being properly dismantled, the infatuation with the latest fads peddled by highly numerate consultants, the stock market's obsession with ever more sophisticated analysis of near-term earnings, despite the fact that these capture only a small part of what a company is really worth, and the withdrawal of intuitive confidence from the forefront of 126. Corporate success needn't be a mystery. So much of business. The latter has led not just to the pervasive reality behind the cliché of analysis paralysis, but also to a change for the worse in those who head the West's great corporations. Analysis has driven out vision, just as analysts have driven out visionaries from the CEO's suite. In short, you can have too much of a good thing, and there is no doubt that the US and the LTK exhibit a strange misallocation of analysis. The private sector has far too much and the public sector far too little. Our large corporations need much less, but much more useful, analysis. The 80-20 principle is analytical, but puts analysis in its place. Remember the main tenets of the 80-20 principle. The doctrine of the vital few and the trivial many. There are only a few things that ever produce important results. Most efforts do not realize their intended results. What you see is generally not what you get. There are subterranean forces at work. It is usually too complicated and too wearisome to work out what is happening, and it is also unnecessary. All you need to know is whether something is working or not and change the mix until it is. Then keep the mix constant until it stops working. Most good events happen because of a small minority of highly productive forces. Most bad things happen because of a small minority of highly destructive forces. Most activity, en masse and individually, is a waste of time. It will not contribute materially to desired results. The top 10 business uses 127. 5 rules for decision taking with the 80-20 principle. Rule 1 says that not many decisions are very important. Before deciding anything, picture yourself with 2 trays in front of you, like the dreaded in and out trays on a desk, one marked important decisions and one unimportant decisions. Mentally sort the decisions, remembering that only 1 in 20 is likely to fall into the important decision box. Do not agonize over the unimportant decisions, and above all, don't conduct expensive and time-consuming analysis. If possible, delegate them all. If you can't, decide which decision has a probability of 51% of being correct. If you can't decide that quickly, spin a coin. Rule 2 affirms that the most important decisions are often those made only by default, because turning points have come and gone without being recognized. For example, your chief moneymakers leave because you have not been close enough to them to notice their disaffection or correct it. Or your competitors develop a new product, as competitors to IBM did with the PC that you think is wrongly conceived and will never catch on. Or you lose a leading market share position without realizing it, because the channels of distribution change. Or you invent a great new product and enjoy a modest success with it, but someone else comes along and makes billions out of a lookalike rolled out like crazy. Or the nerd working for you in R&D UPS and founds Microsoft. When this happens, no amount of data gathering and analysis will help you realize the problem or opportunity. What you need are intuition and insight, to ask the right questions rather than getting the right answers to the wrong questions. The only way to stand a reasonable chance of noticing critical turning points is to stand above all your data and analysis for 1 day a month and ask questions like: what uncharted problems and opportunities, that could potentially have tremendous consequences, are mounting up without my noticing? What is working well when it shouldn't, or at least was not intended to? What are we unintentionally providing to customers that for some 128 corporate success needn't be a mystery? Reason they seem to appreciate greatly? Is there something going badly astray, where we think we know why but where we might be totally wrong? Since something important is always happening underneath the surface, without anyone noticing it, what could it be this time? The third rule of 80-20 decision-taking is for important decisions: gather 80% of the data and perform 80% of the relevant analyses in the first 20% of the time available. Then make a decision 100% of the time and act decisively as if you were 100% confident that the decision is right. If it helps you to remember, call this the 80/20/100/100 rule of decision-taking. Fourth, if what you have decided isn't working, change your mind early rather than late. The market in its broadest sense, what works in practice, is a much more reliable indicator than tons of analysis. So don't be afraid to experiment and don't persevere with losing solutions. Do not fight the market. Finally, when something is working well, double and redouble your bets. You may not know why it's working so well, but push as hard as you can while the forces of the universe are bending your way. Venture capitalists know this. Most of the investments in their portfolio fail to meet their expectations, but they are redeemed by a few superstar investments that succeed beyond everyone's wildest dreams. When a business keeps performing below its budgets, you may be sure you have a dog. When a business consistently outperforms expectations, there is at least a good chance that it can be multiplied by 10 or 100 times. In these circumstances, most people settle for modest growth. Those who seize the day become seriously rich. The top 10 business uses 129. Inventory management. We saw in Chapter 5 that simplicity requires few products. Managing stock is another key discipline flowing from the 80/20 principle. Good stock keeping, following the 80/20 principle, is vital to profits and cash. It is also an excellent check on whether a business is pursuing simplicity or complexity. Nearly all businesses have far too much stock, partly because they have too many products and partly because they have too many variants of each product. Stock is measured in stock-keeping units, SKUs, with 1 unit for each variant. Stock almost invariably follows some sort of 80/20 distribution, that is, around 80% of stock only accounts for 20% of volume or revenues. This means that slow-moving stock is very expensive and cash-guzzling to keep and probably involves product that is inherently unprofitable in any case. I can cite 2 recent examples of stock review. In one of them, upon analyzing the data, Pareto's 80/20 rule held close to true. 20% of the SKUs picked represented 75% of the daily volume. These picks were primarily full cases and typically required multiple cases per SKU. The remaining 80% of the SKUs represented only 25% of the daily volume. These picks amounted to only a few pieces per SKU per day. 1. The 20% was very profitable and the 80% unprofitable. Another case comes from a warehouse introducing an electronic system. Before doing so, it decided to see if it had the right stock in the first place. A preliminary study showed that the 80/20 rule didn't fit. Rather than 20% of the SKUs accounting for 80% of warehouse activity, only 0.5% oust 144 SKUs account for 70% of the activity. 2. Again, while I know nothing at all about the product, it is a safe bet that the top 0.5% of SKUs by volume are a great deal more profitable. 130 Corporate success needn't be a mystery than the other 99.5%. An example which is very important to me, because correcting it made me a lot of money, is that of Filofax. My partner at the time, Robin Field, takes up the story. While Filofax design and features had remained static, in the late 1980s, the product line width had expanded beyond all control. The same basic binder was available in a bewildering variety of sizes and a huge assortment of, mainly exotic, skins. Name a creature and Filofax would have ordered several thousand binders made of its hide and proudly placed them in its catalog and in stock. I don't know what a karung is, but I inherited an awful lot of its skin in 1990. Similarly, name a subject, bridge, chess, photography, birdwatching, windsurfing, and Filofax would have commissioned several specialist inserts, had tens of thousands of them printed and put them in inventory. The result was, of course, not only a huge overhang of worthless stock, not only an administrative burden of vast complexity, but total confusion among our retailers. 3. Although good stock management is vital, there are only 4 key points to it. The most strategic point, cut down radically on your unprofitable product, has already been covered in Chapter 3. For any given number of products, you should cut down on the number of variants, starting with the slowest movers. Simply cut them out of the product range, as Filofax did. Do not listen to anyone who tells you that the slow movers are really needed. If this was so, they'd move much faster. Try to export the problem and cost of inventory management to other parts of the value-added chain, to your suppliers or to your customers. The ideal solution is for your stock never to come near your facilities. With modern information technology, this is increasingly possible and can raise service standards while simultaneously cutting costs. Finally, if you must hold a certain amount of stock, there are many tactical ways to use the 80/20 principle to cut costs and speed up picking and packing. The top 10 business uses 131. The 80/20 rule is reliable in many applications, meaning that about 80% of the activity involves only about 20% of the inventory. The areas divided by size and weight, can now also be divided by part number into areas of high or low activity. In general, fast-moving items should be located as close to the shoulder-hip zone as possible, to minimize operator movement and reduce fatigue. Point 4. Inventory management in the future. Despite its historical overtones of the brown coat and the dusty store, inventory management is a fast-moving and exciting area. Virtual inventory, with online order processing, is becoming widespread, lowering costs but also improving service to distributors and customers. Innovators such as Baxter International's hospital supply business are having great success with customer-intimate inventory systems. In all cases, progress is being driven by focus on the most important customers, focus on a simple product line, simply tracked and simply delivered. The 80-20 principle is also alive and well in another increasingly important component of corporate value creation: project management. Project management. Management structures are being exposed as inadequate and worse. They usually destroy more value than they add. One way of destroying or circumventing structures, so as to create value for valuable customers, is the project. Many of the most energetic people in business, from chief executives down, do not really have a job, rather, they pursue a number of projects. Project management is an odd task. On the one hand, a project involves a team. It is a cooperative and not a hierarchical arrangement. But on the other hand, the team members usually do not know fully. 132 Corporate success needn't be a mystery. What to do, because the project requires innovation and ad hoc arrangements. The art of the project manager is to focus all team members on the few things that really matter. Simplify the objective. First, simplify the task. A project is not a project. Almost invariably, a project is several projects. There may be a central theme in the project and a series of satellite concerns. Alternatively, there may be 3 or 4 themes wrapped up in the same project. Think of any project with which you are familiar and you will see the point. Projects obey the law of organizational complexity. The greater the number of a project's aims, the effort to accomplish the project satisfactorily increases, not in proportion, but geometrically. 80% of the value of any project will come from 20% of its activities, and the other 80% will arise because of needless complexity. Therefore, do not start your project until you have stripped it down to one simple aim. Jettison the baggage. Impose an impossible timescale. This will ensure that the project team does only the really high-value tasks. Faced with an impossible timescale, project members will identify and implement the 20% of the requirement that delivers 80% of the benefit. Again, it is the inclusion of the nice to have features that turn potentially sound projects into looming catastrophes. Point 5. Impose stretch targets. Desperate situations inspire creative solutions. Ask for a prototype in 4 weeks. Demand a live pilot in 3 months. This will force the development team to apply the 80-20 rule and really make it work. Take calculated risks. Point 6. The top 10 business uses 133. Plan before you act. The shorter the time allowed for a project, the greater proportion of time which should be allowed for its detailed planning and thinking through. When I was a partner at management consultants Bain & Company, we proved conclusively that the best managed projects we undertook, those that had the highest client and consultant satisfaction, the least wasted time and the highest margins, were those where there was the greatest ratio of planning time to execution time. In the planning phase, write down all the critical issues that you are trying to resolve. If there are more than 7 of these, bump off the least important. Construct hypotheses on what the answers are, even if these are pure guesswork, but take your best guesses. Work out what information needs to be gathered or processes need to be completed to resolve whether you are right or not with your guesses. Decide who is to do what and when. Replan after short intervals, based on your new knowledge and any divergences from your previous guesses. Design before you implement. Particularly if the project involves designing a product or service, ensure you have the best possible answer in the design phase before you start implementation. Another 80-20 rule says that 20% of the problems with any design project cause 80% of the costs or overruns, and that 80% of these critical problems arise in the design phase and are hugely expensive to correct later, requiring massive rework and in some cases retooling. 134 Corporate success needn't be a mystery. Negotiation. Negotiation completes my top 10 applications of the 80-20th principle in business. Not surprisingly, negotiation has been much studied. The 80-20 principle adds just 2 points, but they can be crucial. Few points in a negotiation really matter. 20% or fewer of the points at issue will comprise over 80% of the value of the disputed territory. You may think this will be obvious to both sides, but people like to win points, even completely unimportant ones. Similarly, they respond to concessions, even trivial ones. Therefore, build up a long list of spurious concerns and requirements early in a negotiation, making them seem as important to you as possible. These points must, however, be inherently unreasonable, or at least incapable of concession by the other party without real hurt, otherwise they will gain credit for being flexible and conceding the points. Then, in the closing stages of the negotiation, you can concede the points that are unimportant to you in exchange for more than a fair share of the really important points. For instance, imagine that you are negotiating with a sole supplier for the prices on 100 parts of a key product you make. 80% of the cost of any product rests in 20% of the parts. You should only really be concerned about the prices of these 20 parts. But if you concede the asking price on the other 80 parts too early in the negotiation, you lose valuable bargaining chips. You should therefore construct reasons for the prices on some of the unimportant 80 parts being important to you, perhaps by exaggerating the number of units you are likely to consume. Don't peak too early. Second, it has often been observed that most negotiations go through the top 10 business uses 135. Phony war and only get going in earnest when the deadline looms. It also seems true that on account of the incredible pressure that time can put on a negotiation, 80% of the concessions will occur in the last 20% of the time available. If demands are presented early on, neither side may be willing to yield, and the entire transaction can fall apart. But if additional demands or problems surface in the final 20% of the time available for the negotiation, both sides will be more flexible. 7. Impatient people don't make good negotiators. How to secure a pay raise. Orton Skinner gives an intriguing example of how to exploit the 80-20 principle. 80% of concessions will be made in the last 20% of negotiating time. If your appointment to ask for a long overdue raise is scheduled for 9 a.m. and you know your supervisor has another appointment at 10 o'clock, expect the critical moments to occur around 9:50. Pace yourself accordingly. Don't make your request too early to permit a gracious compromise on your supervisor's part. 8. Beyond the top 10. By now you will have realized that the 80-20 principle cuts across whatever boxes we create. The insights derive from the living reality behind people, behind business, and behind the world in which business operates. The 80-20 principle is so pervasive because it is a reflection of deeper forces ruling our existence. It is time to draw these strands together. The vital few. Give success to you. The 80-20 principle comprises radar and autopilot. The radar gives us insight. It helps us spot opportunities and dangers. The autopilot allows us to stroll around our business arena and talk to customers and anyone else who might matter, knowing that we are still in control of our destiny. The logic of the 80-20 principle requires us to grasp and internalize a few simple points. We can then easily think 80-20 and act 80-20 whatever we are doing. A few things are always much more important than most things. This is invariably true, yet difficult at first to credit. Unless we have numbers or 80/20ths thinking to guide us, most things always appear more. 8. The vital few give success to you. 137. Important than the few things that are actually more important. Even if we accept the point in our minds, it is difficult to make the next hop to focused action. Keep the vital few in the forefront of your brain. And keep reviewing whether you are spending more time and effort on the vital few rather than the trivial many. Progress means moving resources from low value to high value uses. Like individual entrepreneurs, the free markets shift resources out of areas of lower productivity into areas of higher productivity and yield. But neither markets nor entrepreneurs, let alone today's overcomplex corporate or government bureaucracies, do this well enough. There is always a tail of waste, usually a very long tail, where 80% of resources are producing only 20% of value. This always creates arbitrage opportunities for genuine entrepreneurs. The scope for entrepreneurial arbitrage is always underestimated. A few people add most of the value. The best people, meaning the people best fitted to what they are doing and doing the things that make the most money, generate enormous surpluses, usually far beyond what they are allowed to take out. Normally there are very few such people. The majority add little more than they take out. A large minority, still often the majority, take out more than they contribute. This misallocation of resources is greatest in larger and more diversified corporations. Any large, managed corporation is an organized conspiracy to misallocate rewards. The larger and more complex the firm, the greater the extent and success of the conspiracy. Those who work in corporations, or have extensive dealings with them, know that a few employees are priceless. They add value far beyond their cost. Many employees are passengers. 138. Corporate success needn't be a mystery. Adding much less value than they cost. Some, perhaps 10 to 20%, subtract value, even ignoring their compensation. There are many reasons for this happening: the difficulty of measuring true performance, the political skill or otherwise of executives, the difficult to eradicate tendency to favor those whom we like, the ridiculous but prevalent idea that job role should count for as much or more than individual performance, and the sheer human tendency towards egalitarianism, often buttressed by the legitimate wish to foster team working. Waste and idleness gravitate to where complexity and democracy meet. I recently advised the head of an investment bank on how to divide up his extremely large annual bonus pool. My client is an extremely rich self-made businessman whose delight and source of success lie in spotting and exploiting market imperfections. He believes passionately in the market. He also knows that 2 people out of the hundreds in the bonus pool made more than 50% of the money in his division last year. In his line of business, it is easy to measure. But when I suggested giving more than half the total pool to these 2, he was aghast. Later on, we came to the case of one executive who we both knew was subtracting more value than he added,